to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Sí. ¿Vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
Tú de parte de Argentina.
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Hello and welcome everybody once again in the Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. It's me, your usual host, alongside with my wonderful casters, Klepsydra and Solari. By the way, should I pronounce it Klepsydra or just go with Kaspersky?
I don't know. Just I said it yesterday because yesterday I got the same question on air, and I said both are okay for me. It's Kasper, Kaspersky, Klepsydra. You can call me however you want.
So I welcome you, Kasper, Kaspersky, Klepsydra, and also Solari. Hello, hello.
Hi, I'm just Solari. It's fine, thank you.
Yeah, you forgot about my surname, dude. Come on. You're like, yeah, Kasper, Kaspersky, Klepsydra. What about my surname? I also have a surname. Oh man. It's okay.
We'll skip on that and we'll just move on. I'm sorry, Kasper Kaspersky, to forget about
And
this.
everything else.
Let's get a little bit more excited, guys, because today might be the big day. Today we might have experienced a big match. Match of the week? Nah, probably like match of the season. Let's just go into the schedule and take a look at it, because Orbit Anonymo against Zero Tenacity in a round robin. I mean, it happened once before in this season. It's going to be the second time, the rematch between two of the strongest teams.
Whatever happened in the first half of the double round robin stays in the first half. The only thing that really matters is what's going to happen in today's match between the two, because it's not just a match for the first place. It's not just a rematch between the teams. This is the match for the dignity for both of these teams. Orbit and Anonymo have a chance to make history and to go for the first ever perfect split in the history of Ultraliga. Zero Tenacity have a chance to finally beat them and take the first spot for themselves. It's so much bigger than what it is on the surface.
I couldn't agree more with Solari. It's definitely the most important game of the season so far for us in the Ultraliga. We had a lot of interesting games, but this one is just, it has something in it, and it's going to be very important, especially for Zero Tenacity, because like Bloodarm said, like we had him on the game interview after they won last time, the ball is on Zero Tenacity's court side. Now they need to make a move. They lost last game. Now they need to win, because if you are a super team in the Polish league, it's not something that you're accustomed to just agree, yeah, we lost that game, unfortunately we are going to lose the second one as well. You don't go 0-2 versus someone who should be considered before the season as the number 2 seed. There's no way. Like right now we can discuss, yeah, maybe Orbit and Anonymo are better, maybe they're the first seed. In my opinion, you just don't agree to that. You need, as Zero Tenacity, to make it count. You need to make this win. I don't know how, but they need to do it.
And the stakes for this match are really, really high. I mean, we have already placed those two teams at the first and the second spot of the league, but it really doesn't matter. They are probably going to play against each other in the playoff stage. The only thing that matters right now is the dignity, is the will to prove themselves who's better. Yeah, you might consider it as, just another best of one, but it's nothing like that.
Absolutely not. Go ahead,
It's,
sorry.
it's not even remotely close to just another best of one, honestly. The first two places matter significantly when it comes to which teams take what place going into the playoffs, but this is going to be the battle for the first place. If Orbit Anonymo win today, there is pretty much zero chance for Zero Tenacity to try to contest the first place anymore. If Zero Tenacity win today, both of the teams are going to be sitting on the first place, and there is a pretty high chance that that is how things are going to stay until the end of the season.
Yeah, and just to finish up Z10 versus Orbit, for me, this game is going to be especially focused on Harpoon versus Neramin. We said a lot about Neramin. We said a lot on how he plays, how good he is, but we cannot forget that Harpoon, once in a lifetime, he was this huge talent AD carry. And I mean, for me, at least, he is one of the best talents that we have right now.
Oh, we could also take a closer look at the matchup on the top lane. I mean, Prime against Melonic. That might be also exciting. I have a feeling that Prime is doing really, really good on those tough matchups. I mean, sometimes he gets solo balled, sometimes he loses some creeps or waves, but in the end, he's pretty much unbeatable in the top lane. But that's the topic we will be discussing later on when the time for this match begins. Let's go with some other topics because, yeah, those two teams will probably have the top two spots, but the fight for the third and fourth position is still open and going on, and it will be going on probably till the last play day. So, Iron Wolves against Forsaken. In my notes, I did a big question mark because I really don't know what to expect from them.
Does anybody know what to expect from them? Because I don't know either. These two teams are some of the most unpredictable teams we have in the league right now, especially Bulls. I never know what to expect from Bulls, and I think it's not a good sign.
It depends on how you look at it, but from my point of view at least, Iron Wolves are a special team which definitely can make an impact, but the problem I have with Iron Wolves is that they are very inconsistent. They could have a very good game versus someone like Zero Tenacity, and then they could have a really bad game versus someone like Team ESCA Gaming. So that's the problem with them. I feel like they are very good on some of the moments, and then they could be even worse than you can possibly imagine, and that's a big issue for me. And I feel like Zero Tenacity, Orbit Anonymo, and Maturalny Forsaken right now, like top 3 for me at least, like looking at these teams, are way better than Iron Wolves. And the reason is that Iron Wolves is just playing very weirdly. Like you can, like I said, they are so unpredictable, and it's not unpredictable in a good way. Like we can say Orbit Anonymo are unpredictable because they are picking weird things, right? And it's an unpredictable in a good way. But yeah, when you think about being unpredictable in Iron Wolves way, it's definitely not good.
And in the same time, we could bring to the table the individual performance or the performance of the day. I mean, sometimes Cachero can basically like 1v9. Sometimes some strange things might happen, and I really don't know what to expect of this match. And thank God it's the last of 2 days because we will have a time to prepare ourselves for a really big battle. But before this match, Cryptocraft against ESCA is going to happen. And speaking about those two teams, they wasn't performing so good, especially ESCA. I mean, winning only one map in the first round of the double round robin system and performing poorly. Today, they are also playing with a new player. Welcome, Don Pong, replacing UFO on the position of the support. It might be really hard, really tough to fill out those shoes, especially when you have only a few matches left.
I feel like it could work very well for them still. Like I know it's only one change, but sometimes one change is all you need. And in Team ESCA Gaming case, they got an easier opponent. Like it's way better to debut versus a team like Cryptocraft done to debut versus someone like Orbit, Anonymo, Zero Tenacity, Ironus. I feel like this is the best possible scenario for them. Is that gonna be enough? I'm not sure, but still, it's possibly one of the best things that could happen for them. If that doesn't work, I'm not sure if anything will.
It does feel to me like the last chance for Zero Tenacity to do anything before they inevitably sink down to the bottom of the scoreboard where they will stay. Because right now they still have a small chance of getting out of there and having someone else replace them as the last team of the season. But I am not sure if the support replacement will be enough. The thing is, we don't really know anything about this support. We know that he has played in Division 2 Ultraliga. He has been playing, I believe, in NLC quite some time ago. But since then, he has taken a long break from competitive play from what we could gather so far. And I have no idea what to expect from him and whether he's going to be enough for the team.
I had a little opportunity to talk with Mazi, jungler of ESCA, and he said to me that he's quite excited about this change, and he thinks that, yeah, maybe they are not going to make it to playoffs. I mean, it might be too late, but they are surely going to perform a little bit better and hope for some matches to be won. Maybe to start the winning streak, it's a good time to start against Cryptocraft that, yeah, also has some problems. The roster stays the same. The play style, pretty aggressive on the bot lane, for example, stays the same, but the results are just not coming in.
Yeah, they are just not like they are supposed to be, and that's an issue. That's an issue because you need to find some results, like to even say to the org, like currently we are maybe not doing the best, but we are trying to make it work. We are trying to play better, because if you finish the season, let's say 0-18 or something like that, like no one is gonna believe that even if you tried, like you did something good. You need to try to convince even people around you that, yeah, you are doing a good job and trying to make it better. And I feel like this is very important for them, just to even at least leave an impression, a good impression that you are just playing better.
And in the end, it's just the spring split. It's just the first half of the whole year of playing in Ultraliga. You're not going to get demoted after the split. You still can work on your mistakes, maybe do some changes in the roster, maybe go on a bootcamp or something like that. There is plenty of room to improve. But going towards the first match of today, I mean, feels like the second match of the week, doesn't it? Back to the game against devils.one. I mean, yeah, those teams for sure are going to fight for the spots in playoffs, and this match might not determine who's going in and who's going out, but for sure we'll make a stumble on this.
It's, I think this match is a little bit more important to devils.one right now. And don't get me wrong, surely for back to the game, it's an important one as well. But for devils.one right now, they're sitting right below the top 2 contenders that we have. And they're sitting there together with Forsaken. And there are only 2 spots left to go into the playoffs, because we know for sure that Orbit, Normal, and Zero Tenacity are making it. So for devils.one, this match is going to tell to us, the viewers, whether devils.one are worthy of getting into the playoffs. It's still, of course, as you just said, a question whether or not they do it actually in the end of the regular season. But for now, since they're already sitting on this 3rd place, they have to prove to us they're worthy of staying there.
Well, and with devils.one, I have an issue because they had this like small moment that they were playing worse and worse and worse, and then they won again the game. And I feel like they need to keep it going. They need to prove that they are still, like you said, Solari, like one of the best teams that we have in Ultraliga right now. And what's the other way to prove than to win versus the other contender that looks pretty good? Because back to the game, they've been looking better and better since their first win, and I feel like it could only be looking better for them, like in the previous in the games that are about to happen as well. Because back to the game, maybe they are not like the 3rd team right now, but for sure we will see them in playoffs. And it's important for teams like them to maybe try to mature a little bit during the season to make sure that you're going to be playing better. Because if you don't, then when you go into the playoffs, you get into the first round, and then it's going to be a big issue.
Also, I have heard that they are training really, really hard. I mean, a big coaching staff, including many really experienced coaches, for example, like Bob from previously Illuminar Honor Gaming. The bootcamp on the beginning of the season, a lot of scrims, a lot of solo queues. I mean, I have heard that they are trying really, really hard to secure maybe not only the 4th, but the 3rd place to prove to themselves and to prove to the other teams of the league that they are not going to be just a pushover. You know, the newcomer to the league, you know, just looking around, trying to find a nice, comfy place. No, back to the game, are here for real.
We asked them last week, I believe, or maybe even a bit earlier, whether or not the bootcamp buff is real for them. And that was actually right when they scored their first victory after the aforementioned bootcamp. And they told us very confidently that yes, the bootcamp buff is real for them. So I really want to see whether this continues or not throughout the season.
I mean, they finished the bootcamp, right? I think so.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
they went back home. So I heard from a lot of Polish coaches that when you do the bootcamp, the results are about to happen like 2 weeks after you finish the bootcamp. Then you're about to hit like your peak. So maybe back to the game are just about to hit their peak and they are just about to play better and better. We will see if that happens. So I hope so, because like we want to see their best version. We want to see how good they are. They will be playing in the blue side, right, today, if I'm correct.
Yep.
And I feel like blue side is heavily favored in this patch specifically. And we will see if that will come into fruition. I hope they will play like they will take advantage of the blue side. They will try to pick as many of the strong picks they can, and we will see if that's gonna happen.
But devils.one are also not the team, you know, to not believe in. They had some problems. Yes, they've been inconsistent. Yes, the last match against Forsaken, oh, that was painful for them to rewatch it afterwards. But I mean, still some good players. I have heard that since Krisha took the lead of the team and shot calling and making decisions, everything is working better and better. Maybe the last matches are just not showing the result, but still they do believe that Haster is the one to pull off some really, really nice matchups on the top lane. And bot side, I mean, Antonio and Trafi, I have heard that they could basically win against everyone and lose against everyone. So that's the inconsistency we are talking about. We cannot let them to just flip the coin and make a 50-50 before every match.
I'm not sure if winning versus everyone and losing versus everyone is a good thing, but yeah, I agree with the Haster point. Like when I look at devils.one, it feels to me like him, Trafi, Krisha are. I feel like they are the strongest point of the team. Obviously, Antonio can make a highlight. Like from time to time, Modlishka can make a highlight, obviously. But I feel like if I had to look at most consistent point of the teams, for sure these are ones.
I would even highlight Krisha as maybe the most consistent one because he consistently delivers, and it really feels like when you look at their games, it feels like he is the one trying the most maybe to get the victory to get the team to the victory, or rather, he has the most clear vision of how to get the team to the victory. So I'm really happy that he is the loud voice in the team right now, and I want to see more team cooperation from them because individually everyone is good, but as a team, they're not really working together well just yet.
Yeah, individually, especially Krisha. I mean, he still has some cards in his pockets, in his sleeves. I mean, I do remember him from playing Lee Sin or Nidali, basically just 1v9ing those games. I do believe that in the last split, he did like, I don't know, 13-0 score, perfect KDA, just stomped everybody. Yeah, he is capable of doing so, and I am just hoping that everybody in the team will find what it gets to perform at their best individually, but also find a way to perform as a team. Because yeah, individually, I mean, you can be really good, and sometimes maybe you can even 1v9, but in the long run, it just might not work. But you know, guys, what's working, what's already cooking, the draft is already on, so I'm sending you there. Thank you very much, and have a good matches.
Thank you, Mayutek. It was very good to see you, and hopefully the games are going to be good, just as you are saying. And let's see what the teams are about to cook, because not going to lie, if I had to bet on who is the most like interesting teams to how to even call it, like to do something crazy on the draft, I would go for these two teams. They are crazy, that's for sure. And the draft is, I would say, something that we are ready for. Karma and Wei are bans, and when you're playing versus Modlishka, you have to ban them. Like, the reason is very simple. Like, this guy plays mainly Wei and Karma, so you just ban them out and you're just like, it's okay.
Yeah.
Just force him to play something else.
Yeah, I wanted to put it, in a little bit more nonchalant way, like he basically plays enabling champions on the mid lane, something that helps accelerate the team. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It is Karma in a way, you cannot deny that. And the Renekton ban is pretty much with the same idea. We talked about Hastra a little bit on the pre-show. He is a really good top laner, but Renekton is definitely one of his strongest picks at the moment. So it makes total sense that Back to the Game are removing this champion completely. Oh my god, I haven't seen Fioring sometime. She's not the most openly seen pick these days, but that's an interesting first pick for the blue side.
But we know that Kozi loves to play Fiora, so
That's
I guess
true.
maybe he played, maybe they tried it on scrims, it worked out, and they were like, okay, let's try Fiora. Plus, you don't really show that much just playing Fiora, you still save some picks for your bot lane and mid lane.
Yeah.
So I guess that's good. The answer from devils.one should be Varus. Yeah, it's one of the strongest picks that you can possibly have right now on the bot lane, and we know how oppressive Varus can be. And let's see what is gonna happen as the second pick, because Varus is a casual one. K'Sante would be interesting. I mean, it makes sense to pick K'Sante because just as the answer, right? You just want to answer versus Fiora as fast as possible. If Haster is comfortable, just like that, answering so fast, I think it's gonna work out for devils.one.
And it's also the pick that doesn't really show too much because both Fiora and K'Sante can fit pretty much into any team comp. Doesn't matter. Okay, that's Set in the end, not K'Sante. That's a little bit different. That's a little bit more of the... I'm trying to find words, but I can't though. The thing is though, Set is not necessarily going to go to the top lane right now. There is the Set support returning to the meta slowly but surely. So this is a little bit of a flex pick for devils.one, and it's still not showing too much for Back to the Game. So Back to the Game are also replying with safer options. They have Sejuani locked in for Shask. They have Ezreal, of course. Ezreal had to sleep through the draft as well. Is locked for their bot lane most likely. So everybody's kind of showing a little bit, but not showing the spiciest parts of the draft.
Yeah, but
now we're talking.
Yeah, now we're talking. It's Lilia picked, so yeah, now it's getting definitely more interesting. But yeah, you're right about Set. He is slowly coming back to meta. We saw Hylissang picked it yesterday in LEC. He went 1-11, so not the best showing from him. Unfortunately, that was not the best game, but who knows? Maybe Trafi could have the better one. But I don't feel like this Set is gonna go into the bottom side. The reason is Ezreal is picked on the blue side, so unless you pair Ezreal with Nautilus, we are not gonna see Set on the blue side. We are not gonna see Set on a support pick. If you pair Ezreal with Engage, like Leona, like Nautilus, then yes, I feel like it could be a pick. That's for sure. Then Set is very good versus champs that engage onto him. But if you pick Ezreal, you want to probably keep the range, keep it going, and you can try to pick Braum to it, just a disengage. You can pick Ashe to it and just play the range game. There are a lot of champs that are good with Ezreal, so I feel like Nautilus and Leona, I mean, would be a little bit too much to pick as a corner. I know he loves them, like he loves to play engage champs, but not versus Set that you know that is already picked.
Yeah, quite possibly. I really think that the Ashe that you mentioned is, well, she has to happen. This is one of the supports we see either picked or banned most often in the meta right now, and the double AD carry meta is back in the business, not in the same sense that it used to be just a little bit earlier, and now especially with the support items change, but it's still there, and it's still a very strong lane dominant pick, so I would love for Ashe to happen in this draft. But we'll see about that, because we have the last bans in already. We have Milia and Yone banned by devils.one, and Tristana and K'Sante banned by Back to the Game. So they are not sure about that side either.
Yeah, like they don't know exactly what is gonna happen, and I guess the Milia ban is something that it's gonna help out. Seraphine is picked. There we go. That's why I said like these are the teams that could cook something. Like definitely they are, and Seraphine, I guess it's mid lane. It should be for Modlishka.
Yeah, it should be.
We know that Modlishka loves to go for Imperial Mandate into Morello instantly. If he does it on Seraphine, I don't know what's gonna happen. Actually, the Seraphine could be for Trafi. Now I forgot he played it actually. Okay, so that's a huge flex on R4.
Yeah.
Syndra is gonna be picked for Back to the Game, and now Back to the Game, they are in the very uncomfortable spot because they have to blind a support versus them, because they don't know if this is Seraphine support or no, because it's a huge flex. devils.one, I feel like they have a big advantage in this draft right now.
Yeah, I mean, it could be set support, Seraphine support, or maybe we haven't even seen support at all, because this Seraphine can go to Modlishka with the Karma and Hui bounce that you mentioned in the beginning of the draft. He's pretty much being forced into some sort of a Seraphine-like pick, and that would make sense for devils.one. But it also means that they have the AP jungle plus mid lane combination, which is not the best one, even though there is a full-on tank in Back to the Game, to be fair. So Sejuani will have an easier time itemizing against them if they are going to be the main threat. But I really wonder what's going to be the last pick from devils.one.
I don't feel like it's gonna be Nautilus. That would be a little bit weird, but okay. I mean, it's gonna be Nautilus, Varus. That means Seraphine is gonna be on the mid lane, and Sett is gonna be on the top lane. But that's still a decent draft coming in from devils.one. I mean, I like it in a way that they have a huge amount of CC and not necessarily a big amount of AP, which means building mercs is not gonna have as big of a value like it seems. Yeah, it's gonna be very valuable for Sisyph to build mercs because you're playing versus Seraphine and Lilia mainly. But when you think about building mercs versus Nautilus, it feels like, nah, you don't want to do it. Versus Varus, yeah, I mean, the ultimate is gonna be an issue. But Sett, same thing. Like, I feel like devils.one, they have a big advantage in the draft. I feel like looking into the draft overall, if I had to compare these two comps, I feel like devils.one won. But last time I said it versus Back to the Game comp, they came back into the interview and they told me I was wrong. So, well, let's do it again, I guess.
I'm actually gonna agree with you there in the sense of the draft. Yes, maybe in game right now, blue side is heavily favored, but in the draft, the red side still has this advantage of throwing so much unpredictability at the enemies when you're just slowly showing your cards one after another, starting from maybe the weakest one to the enemy. And devils.one did exactly that. I love their draft. It's very clean up to the very last pick. I'm not sure that Nautilus's R5 is the right choice for them. But at the same time, I think they just wanted some very solid engager to make sure that they're going to have some follow-up to all the control they're going to be throwing at the enemies.
I guess the reason you pick Nautilus is because it's one of the champs that is going to have impact on Ezreal no matter what.
That's
because
true.
If Ezreal is going to use his E backwards and you use your Arcane Shield backwards, it doesn't matter versus Nautilus ult because it's still going to knock up him, right? So it's gonna be Nautilus was always known as the counter to Ezreal, but I feel like not necessarily here. If I had, unfortunately, we were supposed to do something like it. It's gonna be a big spoiler, but a season ago, I talked with one of the casters, and he said like he wants to do like a coin that you can change your prediction magically. And if I had this coin, I would use it right now because I would change my prediction from Back to the Game to devils.one. I feel like they have a better draft. I feel like they could have a better execution, and it could just work out better. And unfortunately, both of our predictions are for Back to the Game, and I feel like we are about to lose them.
I have a feeling that my prediction is actually incorrect. I am having a feeling. Wait, I will check. I'm curious.
Yeah, I can check it for
No, it's correct. I predicted Back to the Game. Interesting. Honestly, if I had that magical coin that you mentioned right now, I would change it as well. I would say the devils.one draft looks so much more solid than what Back to the Game have. I think I would change it. But you can have the best draft possible, but it doesn't guarantee you that you're going to win the game, and that's the thing. So let's see if maybe Back to the Game have what it takes to completely destroy this pretty draft from devils.one.
I mean, we talked about strong sides of devils.one. Let's talk about strong sides of Back to the Game. It's gonna be Poke on their side, that's for sure. You have Ezreal with Syndra, so using your Scatter the Weak plus Salami poking with WQ, that's definitely something to look out for. Plus, not only that, you have Shasku and Kozi who are gonna be this all-in engage, all-in initiation that could definitely work out for them. But the issue is when you think about what can happen, like in the next few minutes, is that if Salami and Sisyph are without the flash, it's very easy to catch them off guard because they are. Syndra and Ezreal are very similar champs. In a way, if you stop them running away from you, there's nothing you can do to just run away. Like Syndra is low HP, Ezreal is low HP, you can easily catch them off guard. And with Antonio and Trophy on both sides, Modlishka with his Encore, I feel like it's gonna be just so tough to play against this sort of engage.
Yeah. The thing is, I think Back to the Game, we praised the draft from devils.one quite a lot, but I do think that Back to the Game have a decent chance of winning, especially a little bit later in the game, because Sisyph is going to scale a lot later on. When Shask builds up, he's going to be really hard for devils.one to cut through. But for devils.one, the idea of winning a teamfight is simple. You press all your buttons. Ideally, in some order, but that's optional. You just need to press your buttons, especially your ultimate, and you should be fine. For Back to the Game, you need to know how to press your buttons. You know what I mean? You need to be sure that the positioning of everybody in your team is absolutely correct. You need to make sure that Akura, who is going to be super important, places the ultimate at the right place and at the right time to make sure that the main engage from devils.one is going to be stopped. You need to make sure you keep Sisyph as safe as possible, because the burst damage from that Syndra is going to be huge against the squishes on the side of devils.one, especially. But Sisyph needs to survive in order to do that. And Cozy can take anyone on the enemy team one-on-one, but he needs to get there on time before getting spotted and stopped on the approach. You know what I mean? It's so much harder for devils.one to win, and they can win, but it will take much more skill from them.
Yeah, it's not even about getting their time, it's about playing with time, just trying to get some items. Just make sure that you're gonna be ahead, and well, Cozy, I guess he doesn't need time. He's already winning the trade versus Haster, and pretty decently, honestly. I mean, it looked good, but we need to remember, Haster still has his potions, and Cozy doesn't, so that's a little bit of a difference, and that's gonna matter a lot when it comes to an all-in fighting on top side, and we could see some action on top side. We are not accustomed to it because usually top lane is the island, like currently watching League of Legends. But I feel like when you have Fiora versus Sett, yeah, definitely a lot of can happen.
Fiora wants to be exchanging a lot, even in the early game. And she would love to get an early kill, because then she can snowball from there on. If she gets an early kill, if she starts getting ahead in terms of the items, she can heavily push in and then go anywhere else on the map to help out with the split pushing on the other sides. For Sett, honestly, the idea is not to give Fiora the short trades that she wants to have. Just try to play in your terms, which is not easy when you play against the champion with a ridiculous amount of true damage.
Yeah, that's true. And this Lilia, we haven't talked about it that much, but we need to remember this Lilia could be an issue. It definitely could be. I mean, yeah, when you're playing versus Ezreal pre-6, it's not that fun. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, after 6, it's way different, but pre-6 is not that easy. And, well, on top side, it looks like Shasku, like, he's thinking about engaging, but it's not going to be that easy. Haster, he wants to place down the ward, but he's still thinking about the correct timing to do it. The wave is slow pushing into Cozy, so Cozy is happy about how it is right now, but this Sejuani, she's still before the recall, she still has no items, and now they engage. Oh my god, there's gonna be a counter from Krisha.
Oh no. Oh, that's gonna be a big one though.
Yeah, Haster is here. He still has his W up. This W could do a massive damage, but nice riposte from Cozy. Buys a little bit more time. Who's gonna win this one? It looks like Krisha is about to fall. Krisha is about to fall. It's not gonna work out. Back to the game. Somehow, first blood for Cozy.
That was so close, literally everywhere. But the advantage that Sejuani has on this top lane is that she can stack her passive so damn quickly with the help of melee Fiora, and that's exactly what happened. That's how they got Krisha down. But I gotta say, this shield on Sett is absolutely ridiculous. The way this champion just survives any fight, look right here. He is destined to go down. It just looks like that. The amount of damage, the passive for Fiora is right there. The passive for Sejuani is right there. But the shield saves them absolutely miraculously. And after that, Back to the Game cannot really follow up. They switch on to Krisha. They get another flush out of him. Fiora doesn't have her own flush anymore, so Haster for sure is safe now. So they switch on to Krisha, and they are very happily getting out of this.
Yeah, and the most important part, not only you get the kill on Cozy, which is one of the most important members of your team, because then you can try to split push, obviously. You get a kill that is going to help him to get into the first item, that is going to help him in the laning phase, that is going to impact the lane heavily. Look at the amount of minions advantage that Cozy is having right now. It's like more than 2 waves right now. It's huge for Cozy. He's level 6 right now. He knows that wave is slow pushing into Haster, but he's not about to give him an inch of advantage. He's gonna be trying to make sure that every advantage he has is gonna be over him. And look at that Haster. There's nothing he can do. He can just stand there. Like, nothing you can do. The wave is slow pushing into you, but that's very, very slow.
Yeah, He's not gonna get any access to the wave right now because Quasi is going to punish him immediately. If Haster oversteps even by one tiny step, the ultimate on Quasi is there. It is going to be more than enough additional damage for him to get rid of that side on the top lane for good this time. So yeah, poor Haster is in a really tough spot right now. Can't say the same about Quasi. Quasi is fine. This Fiora is very happy. Getting to her first item and being completely free to do whatever she wants.
And something I would love to see is Shasku trying to make sure that top lane is doing good as well. Look at that. They are pushing a huge wave because he's making sure that this big wave will be pushed. They can try to dive him on two tempos. Like first, bait his W. If you bait his W into the fight, then it could work out. But the problem is Haster just got 6. So this dive right now is not going to work out because of the 6th level that would give Haster the ability to just run away.
He's gonna slam somebody in, he's gonna shield himself up, and even if you get the shield out of him before you decide to fully commit, yeah, it's going to be much harder now that the ultimate is available. At least Haster can play still defensively, but at least he can play on his top lane right now, and I guess that is rather important for devils.one. You also gotta remember that in the meantime, devils.one got all 3 of the first spawn of the void crabs on the top lane, despite them losing the first blood to back to the game there. And now, look at them. They are taking the first Drake of the game, which is an Infernal Drake, which is a really good one for them to have.
Shasku, thinking about engaging on top side, but I know from my experience, going versus set as dive could go very bad. So my prediction is it's going to be a 1-for-1. Could be actually... Oh, with Sisyph, maybe it's gonna work out. Let's see. Shasku, waiting. Got first tower shot. He's thinking about using his ultimate, but then Sisyph is okay. They are baiting him in. Now the ultimate from Sisyph. Nice ultimate from Haster, buying himself some time, but he was not able to pop out his shield. If he used his W, there was a slim chance that maybe somehow he gets a 1-for-1. But in the end, it's the second kill for Cozy. Another advantage for back to the game.
And the timing for the passive from Sejuani was just perfect. They stuck it right on time, that when Haster is going to go into the ultimate and slam onto Cozy there, I believe we're going to see that here on the replay, he's going to get stunned immediately, and there is no way he's going to prop right here. Look, he's stunned. There is no way he's going to use his shield. And right after that, everything is fine. Nobody's dying because there was the ground challenge accepted from Cozy's side.
Okay, look at that build coming in from Modlishka. It's gonna be Moonstone as the first one, and I think if it's Moonstone as the first one, then it's gonna be Redemption as the second one.
Yeah,
quite possibly. If he goes this way, that's gonna be massive. Like, I like a lot of versions of Seraphine, but Moonstone is one of my favorites because it's just so damn good. Like, the reason you're able to just shield permanently is you have a lot of mana, plus you have this Moonstone quite early because it's minute 9th only. It's a cheap item, so you just build it very fast, and the advantage you get because of that is gonna be huge. So I like the fact that devils.one, yes, they are losing the game right now if you look at gold, but they are like, okay, we are losing right now, but when it comes down to team fighting, we are not gonna be losing because obviously, like, we are gonna have the advantage with Moonstone that gives you a lot of statistics that are very impressive and very important for you.
Absolutely. devils.one are looking into the future teamfights. They are looking into their teamfight potential, and they're trying to tap into it as early as possible. There is also a huge chance that they're going to be fighting for versus 5, because quite possibly Cozy, even with all this advantage, is going to spend quite a lot of his time on the side lanes, which is a nice chance for devils.one to try to catch them when they have even more advantage on their side. So devils.one, I like that they're playing it slow right now. Arguably, they could play it less slow because they're still losing quite a lot in the process, especially on the top side of the map. The 2-0 Fiora with an item completed is not something you can easily disregard.
Yeah, I totally agree with Solari, and we still haven't talked about this Bard, and well, I guess now we have to, because it's Accorder versus Trophy versus Krisha versus Modlishka, basically, and somehow he's able to just run away.
It's Bard.
That's the thing. Like, when you have Bard, right? You can just use your E across the map and just run away from the danger that you have. Then you just use your Q just to make sure that even if they follow you, they are still gonna be in trouble. And now Trophy, he's stunned up. A lot of damage from Salami, a lot of damage from Accorder. I wonder why they didn't go like even further. But then Sisyph, he's out of position, charmed, stunned, and dead. Modlishka with a kill.
Very nice timing there with the ultimates. Just making sure that there is going to be a lullaby into Sisyph, and right after that, the end call from Seraphine is happening to make sure that Sisyph is not going to flash. Because look at Sisyph. He died with a flash on. If he had a chance to use it, maybe he could have gotten away. But with this chain of control, there is no way of him getting out. And I love it from devils.one. I want to see them using more of that possibility to land control one after another like that.
Or like that, the ultimate coming in from Antonio, they go all in on Bart and it's gonna work out! That's a very important kill. Antonio runs after Salami, a lot of damage from this Varus, he's just autoing him to death! Piercing arrow will not be able to hit, but that was a nice try to be able to get another kill. It looks like devils.one warmed up, they are here to play and they are here to win. 1 kill for Antonio, 1 kill for Modliszka, and those are the targets that you want to feed.
Oh, absolutely. You want to feed them as much as possible, especially, I would say, Antonio even, because while Modliszka, of course, wants the items as well, for now, the items for Surfing are going to be rather cheap. We talked about the Moonstone, we talked about the possibility of Redemption, even Malignance could be the cheap item that Surfing wants to go into next. So for now, it is fine if you don't feed Modliszka too much, but at the same time, if you have an opportunity just like that one on the mid lane, why not go for it? Antonio definitely is a different story. This is going to be, it looks like it's going to be a full 80 Varus, which means he wants his items, he wants his gold, and he wants to start snowballing as well.
Well, but that, like, looking at the replay of what happened, that was so weird. Like, I don't understand why Sisyph didn't flash earlier. Like, I get, like, how he's not able to do it after the sleep from Grisha shows up, but, like, he could have done it earlier. Like, when he's still drowsy, you can still flash.
Yeah, you
and
can,
if you but I guess he just didn't want to waste it. I mean, it could come back into being a good decision just because right now they're going for the Drake. And if there's a fight, he's able to do a flash, scatter the weak, it could work out. Plus Syndra is still one of the champions that is coming back into the game very well.
Yes.
Like if Syndra, if you get one shutdown, it's just enough to get you back into the game instantly.
Yeah, Syndra is a funny champion in that sense. She's not afraid to play from behind because she still scales very nicely later in the game. She still gets stronger as the levels are progressing for her. And she still is going to have a lot of burst damage later in the game. So yeah, it's fine for Sisyph at the moment. Being just 0-1 is not the end-all break-all, but of course it could have been nicer.
Cozy going for a fight on top side. We need to remember that if you are fighting versus the set who has his Bramble Vest right now, it's not gonna be that easy winning the fight because of this Bramble Vest. But soon, Cozy will hit the point where he will be about to, like, unstoppable. Even if you have your Bramble Vest, it doesn't matter. He's just gonna kill you either way. It doesn't matter if he's healing or not.
Fiora is an interesting champion, isn't she? Very nice one to play against. I have seen some guides. I believe it was a guide for Ornn that I saw recently. There was, like the list of all the matchups for Ornn. And for Fiora, there were like 2 phrases written in caps lock and repeated over and over. I love Fiora. I love true damage. Over and over and over, and nothing else in the comments. And I relate to it so much.
I mean, this Fiora right now, look at her. 1 item, full boots completed, and it's not just the boots. They are gonna have some value versus this set. So this Fiora is building heavily towards split pushing. If you're going for steel cups in this situation, you're about to split push all game. So I wouldn't be surprised just to see a hull breaker soon.
Actually, yeah. Even maybe as the second item right now, after the Hydra, after the boots, yeah, going into the Hull Breaker. And as I mentioned before when I was talking about the teamfight potential for devils.one, there is a huge possibility that it's going to be 4 versus 5 in the majority of the times if devils.one want to start things going. The problem is it's never a pure 4 versus 5 in the scenario where Fiora is ahead already and is split pushing massively, because she's going to split push right into your base if you don't pay enough attention to her.
That's absolutely true, but look at Modliszka, he's not going for support build, he's gonna go into Banshees as the second one. And even though it is gonna be a lot of damage, I'm not sure if I agree with that reasoning, because I guess he went for it because you play versus Syndra, you play versus Bard, it makes a lot of sense. Oh my god, it's gonna be a nice party on the top side, at least looking from what is happening right now. Antonio and Trafi, they wanted to recall and switch, but now they saw the rotation because they know that rotation is coming and they are thinking about it. They are rethinking what they did, and it's a good way to try to counter this Fiora because she is gonna be not in the best spot right now. She is losing something, but then Sisyph shows up, Trafi is out of position, he's ignited, and he is dead. A quarter gets his kill, and even though it's only for Bart, it's maybe important that it is for Bart, because getting his first item could be an important thing right now. Shasky shows up, and now the TP, just to make sure that they don't get this tower. Really, that's so interesting.
But Shask is still here, and Shask still has the ultimate.
And it's gonna hit, and now Antonio is out of position. He used his flash, he used his goat, he is dead. Krisha shows up, he has his ultimate up, but even if he uses it, it won't change a thing because Kasper, he's just not strong enough to fight.
He doesn't have a single item completed. He just has component on top of a component, but nothing.
Those
yet.
are bad components, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, Solari, but it's not like he's on some good components that are gonna be like, yeah, game-changing components, right? Not at all. Like, both of them, I feel like, supremely overrated as the items right now.
That's an interesting way to put it, but I'm going to say I maybe don't agree about the Bramble Vest too much, but about this cloth thing that I still forget the name of. Yeah, I do agree. I don't.
Yeah,
think
I meant mainly this item, maybe not Bramble Vest. I mean, Bramble Vest is decent. Especially in this sort of, like, when you're playing versus Bart and Fiora, right? I mean, it's understandable, but Bramble Vest is not gonna give you a lot when you're trying to fight, like team fight-wise.
That's true. He still needs to complete it in order to, well, finally be a useful member of the team, because right now, unfortunately, he's just standing there and desperately trying to farm and not really finding too much success into it. But back to the game, other ones, he can find quite a lot of success right now, because look at Shask. He has the Herald on him. He can release it at pretty much any given moment. And right now, what Back to the Game want to do, they want to start opening up the outer turrets as soon as possible. Ideally, the top turret and the mid turret should be the first ones for them, and I feel like that's what they're trying to aim for.
And now Modlishka. Like, all eyes on Modlishka. If you want to fight for the third Drake that is about to show up in 10 seconds, you need 2-man encore. At least.
Yes.
Like, it's literally the minimum of what you want to happen right now. And devils.one, they want to play it casually. They engage on Antonio. And now let's see what's gonna happen. Antonio, he's stunned! He's not able to move! Somehow he was able to at least auto once, but that's only once. Traffy out of position. Traffy is dead again. And now back to the game. It looks so easy for them.
It looks like they don't even need to try. Well, with Antonio, to be fair, they didn't need to try too much. It was a good ultimate from a quarter to start things up. But Antonio, for the second time in a row already, is dying because he is heavily mispositioning himself. He's allowing himself to be an easy target for the enemies to stun him, to lock him, and to kill him on the spot. Look at the guy. He gets stunned, then he gets controlled with the Zhonya's from bot, and then after that, there is not a single chance he is getting out of it. Even with all the shielding and healing happening from Modlishka, it's not enough to save him.
Absolutely not. And back to the game, they are so strong right now, especially this Ezreal. Look at that. 40 minions ahead, slowly building towards his Muramana, slowly stacking up. This Ezreal, he's gonna be an issue. He's gonna be doing a lot of damage because there's not a lot of defense on the side of devils.one. Yes, you have Seraphine that is gonna heal you a lot, but the Seraphine, even when she gets to the second item, like I said, it's not gonna be a healing item, it's gonna be Banshees plus Moonstone. You still need to build this redemption later on. You still need it, and you still don't have it right now, and that's a huge issue.
I have to agree with you, though. I'm not a fan of Banshee, especially as the second item. It could make sense as the third item if you know that everybody's going to lock you to try to focus you very much because you are the healer, the primary healer for the team, but not as a second item. You need either healing or damage. Decide on one of the things.
Yeah, and look at Salami's poke right now. Antonio is feeling it. It's not looking too good for devils.one. They need to find the answer because we've been praising them a lot during the season, but right now there's nothing to praise them for.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, just making sure everything works out for them. Just get this win done. That's what devils.one would love to happen, but unfortunately there are a few people that are about to make their life miserable, and Kozi is one of them. He's already on Eclipse plus Hydra. So this Fiora, she is gonna be one-shotting everyone, even Haster. Haster is gonna be like, guys, I just want to play the game. I cannot do it versus this Fiora. She's just too strong. Level 13 right now. And Accorder is there. If he just ults the tower, they could just dive him. Like, look where he is. He's almost in the enemy's base.
Yeah. The guy just casually walks around Summoner's Rift like everything belongs to him. It would be a little bit hard, though, for him to throw the ultimate onto the tower because Haster was basically hugging the tower. So if you throw the ultimate there, chances are you're going to hit Haster as well. And then the whole dive kind of doesn't make any sense because there is nobody alive to try to dive. So yeah, it makes sense in my books, at least, for Back to the Game to just back off a little bit there for now. Because they have a lot of things to do around the map, especially to continue feeding Salami, because what you're seeing right now is what has been happening for 21 minutes already. Salami is just staying on the lane solo with no threat from anybody whatsoever, getting the turrets down and getting the minions down and getting all the gold into him.
Okay, Modlichko was able to build the second item, so he actually didn't go for Banshees. He just went for a barrier to get the effect of Banshee. But yeah, he's gonna stay on the Staff right now. But yeah, Staff of the Flowing Water, yeah, don't get me wrong, it's a very good item, but I would prefer Redemption even more. I just feel like it's such an overpowered item that, yeah, it's just way better.
I love Redemption quite a lot. And I don't like Staff of Flowing Water, but I don't have any logical explanation. I just really personally just like the changes they made to this item in this season. I like what devils.one are doing right now, though. This is a very bold move. But they have the ultimates available, so maybe they can pull it out. Even if Back to the Game slam onto them right now.
Yeah, but Back to the Game, you know, they bought themselves some time. devils.one are getting a little bit lower with every single time that this Nash is gonna be hitting them, and this poke from devils.one from Back to the Game is doing the work. Nice ultimate from Haster, but Haster! This W was actually huge! It's gonna change the whole game! Oh my goodness, Haster! Unbelievable moves on him! And Krisha on top of that as well! One fight! That changed all of it!
Maybe not yet, because look at Shask. The guy is still alive. The guy has Smite available. The guy wants to go for his steal. Salami's here, providing the vision. Maybe it's going to work out.
Yeah, but they need a little bit more than that. It's a nice poke, but Modlichka is still there. He's still healing. He's still doing the work. Shask is there, but he needs to steal it. He needs to make sure that it's gonna work out, but they know better. That's why they sent Trafi there. They want to make sure that he's not gonna be able to steal it, but the Nash is low right now. 2k, they engage on him. Now he goes all in. Is he gonna be able to steal it? Not this time. And even though they are all so low, and Modlichka almost falls, he's still alive. And devils.one are back in this game.
What a noble attempt from Shasky. I have to give him that. It was... either you get it and you save the game for yourself, or you don't, but you at least died trying, and there was the die trying situation for him. Right here, devils.one just turn everything around so damn nice, and Krisha did so much, just jumping right into the enemies with so much damage onto them. Everybody goes asleep, and that is huge. It takes quite a lot of time for devils.one to get rid of Cold, and Haster dies in the process, but Haster is the only one who dies in the process. I believe he didn't resurrect in order to get the burn buff. Let's see, 3, 2, 1. He does resurrect, so everybody gets the Baron buff. This is massive for devils.one.
Yeah, it's huge, and now back to the game. That's gonna be an issue for them. They
Are
were
they
in
back
this,
to the game?
Yeah, they were in the highway to win this game, but now Shasky, he wants to engage. He goes all in, and that's a good engage, but there's not a lot of damage. Haster! He's just shielding all of it! And Modlichka, like how are you supposed to kill them right now when literally Modlichka is on 3 items, and even though I don't agree with the items, he's still doing the work as the as Seraphine, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's healing everybody, he's shielding everybody up massively, he's upping their own damage as well, and there is not a single person on the side of devils.one that I'm seeing that is going to cut healing coming out of Modlichka. How can they need to heavily focus Modlichka, but Modlichka is grouped with his teammates around him every single time, which also helps to amplify the damage coming out of Seraphine, which means even if Back to the Game, as we saw already in that exchange on the mid lane, are throwing in the ultimates, they cannot really get to Modlichka. It's not enough.
I mean, but that's what is opening up right now for Back to the Game, trying to split push their way back into this game, and yeah, they could try, but that's the issue. Even if Fiora is stronger than Seth right now, look at the teamfight presence from Seth. This ultimate from him, the play that he did, changed everything. With sleep from Krisha, obviously, as well. And now, they engage on Krisha. It's not a shutdown, but Kozi, he's strong as hell. And Trafi, he's out of position again. A TP coming in, but they stopped him. And now Modlichka, he's nowhere to be found. Triple kill for the side of Back to the Game, and it feels like they really are back in this game again.
Okay, but devils.one are doing it to themselves. I'm very sorry to say that, but they did that to themselves. I am not sure what the teleport was. I'm not sure what this whole shenanigan thing in the jungle was. Look at the vision on the map! They don't know what's happening around them. They don't know what's happening in their own upper jungle, yet they still decide to teleport into it.
Yeah, it's gonna be at least an inhib right now.
Yeah.
Could be even 2, but Krisha
Yeah.
is slowly going back. Is it gonna be 2? I mean, they are trying their best. They will take a tower, but I'm not sure about the inhib. Yeah, they
Not
won't be able to
anymore.
do it. Not yet, but, well, still, they opened the second one. So every single time Cozy is gonna be there, it's gonna be so easy for him just to make sure that you get this inhibitor down sooner or later.
Look right here. devils.one have not a single idea about where back to the game are in their jungle and how many of them are up until they step into the ward where Modlishka is teleporting at. And he's teleporting right into everybody. Sisyph is already there, and Sisyph maybe hasn't, we haven't talked about him too much throughout the game, but the guy is sitting on 2.5 items. And the guy is dealing a lot of damage. A lot. More than enough to one-shot anybody.
Well, we can see it right now. He's only on 2 items, but yeah, he's doing a lot. And now a quarter, he's gonna face check. He's gonna... Whew! Not for a second. He might try to do that. And I love a quarter's build. We said a lot about like how I don't like a lot of things. I love a quarter's build. Like when you have Mikhails versus Varus versus Seraphine versus Lilia, it's gonna have a massive, absolutely massive value for your team. And we also talked about Huldbreaker, and well, now it is in Cozy's build. 3 items for him. He's getting closer to this GA as well. And when he gets there, well, that's gonna be an issue for everyone else. Like when he gets to the GA point, you need to kill him twice.
Yeah.
Have fun with that.
And Fiora usually has a pretty nice wake up for herself. Even without the teammates around, she should be fine. So yeah, it's a big issue. Especially the big issue for devils.one since they have 2 lanes completely open. Wherever Cozy is on the map, whenever he is not with the rest of the team, whenever devils.one cannot see him, they should be assuming that he is trying to crack open their inhibitors or open their base up even more. And that is a huge threat because he does it very quickly. Fiora is excellent at coming to side lanes, pushing it in really quickly, really efficiently, and getting out of it without anybody even being able to close up with her.
Yeah, it's Cozy now. Oh, Fisk. Look at that. It's 3 items Fiora versus 1 item Set. Wonder who's gonna win this fight.
I don't even know how it's gonna go. I'm looking at 6-1 Fiora and 0 to Set, and I just don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and he's about to Flame Horizon him as well. That's... that's not good.
Oh, a Death Dance. It's a Death Dance on Fiora, by the way. That's the 4th item. Which
yeah,
means all this
4
burst
items.
damage.
4
all this
items
burst
Fiora
damage.
versus 1 item Set. Okay,
all
sorry,
this
2
burst
items.
damage. Sorry, but devils.one are gonna have so much harder time to kill her. In the previous fight around the Baron, you could see that Cozy wasn't their backline and he was dealing them a lot of trouble and they simply couldn't take him down. But now, with the delayed damage, it's gonna be even harder.
But it's also gonna be hard to try to make sure that devils.one are dead, especially when Modlishka is about to finish up his redemption as the 4th item. And he will get there, like, right? I mean, he should, and Accorder, he can try to stop this Nash just with his ultimate, so he knows, like, he can buy himself some time, just throw the ultimate, make sure that they don't do it, like, instantly. And Accorder, I'm looking at him because he's gonna be the most important point of this fight. He's gonna throw his ultimate right now. He doesn't do it! Shasku does! Oh my goodness, that's what's so good! The ultimate combined with a smite from Shasku, and that sets up everything so perfectly. And now Salami, he's out of position. He uses his Arcane Shift, but on the other side of the map, Cozy is fighting with Kasper, and it looks like he's winning this fight quite heavily. The ultimate from Salami is gonna stop the recalls. He's going even further. He's making sure that all inhibs will be taken by Cozy. He got 2. The 3rd one is open, but they don't want the 3rd inhib just yet. They are about to take the 3rd inhib sooner than later, but first things first, they need to take the Drake.
It's a very nice Drake just to sum everything up. I really hope we get the replay of this fight at the Baron because the combination of these ultimates from back to the game is perfect. Again, their team comp is a very strong one, but they really need to be absolutely perfect in how they land their abilities, especially their ultimates in full quarter to land it just like that, just close enough to the Baron, but not hitting it. Hitting everybody on the enemy team, especially the Smite Holder, but not hitting the Baron, making sure that Shask has a chance to go in and steal the Baron. Not even steal it, just take it. Nobody's gonna stop him. Who's gonna outsmite him when Krisha is golden?
Yeah, that's gonna be quite an issue. And 10-6 on kill score, it looks like this game is close. But when you look at gold, 7k, it doesn't look like it as well. Modlishka, he's... like, what is he cooking, man? Like, what are you doing?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
And Kozzy, he's just buffing the minions, he's just playing the split push game. He can just go for the inhib on middle right now. Like, honestly, he can just do it, for sure. But now when devils.one shows up there, yeah, they need to play it a little bit slower. They will try to push all the lanes at once, try to make sure that devils.one are out of position, because he will be just buying time, just making sure all of the minions are buffed, and that makes everything easier for back to the game. Now they are going into the middle one. devils.one, they are trying to do something, but they are just not able to do it. The second inhib will be taken. It looks like the third inhib is about to fall. And now devils.one, the question is, do they have enough wave clear to clear all the sites at the one time? I don't feel like it.
No, they're struggling. All the sides with the Baron buff on them. It's really hard for them. They cannot do it. They need to fight right here, right now, or else the game is over.
And they go on Salami, but well, Salami is safe and sound. He's doing the work right now. Nice ultimate from him. Krisha is trying to engage, but he's not fighting anything for him. The first tower falls. They are about to hit the second one as well. And now Salami out of position. Nice sleep, but Kozzy is still alive. He's still doing the damage. Salami falls right now. Is the AD carry for the AD carry, but longer fights favor devils.one. They engage on Saskew. Accorder out of position. Accorder is about to fall. It's gonna be a 2-4-1, but look at the base. This base is done. There's nothing to find there. This Nexus, yeah, this Nexus is hitting. Is getting hit in hard, and that's the problem.
Yeah, devils.one defended their base, but at what cost and for how long? Did they just prolong? Did they just delay the inevitable? Because with their base so open, it's not going to be too hard for back to the game to just go right back in. I don't see any words on the base for some cheeky teleports or something like that, but Kozzy can just walk straight in and kill their Nexus, and it's going to be so hard to stop him.
Well, and back to the game, 2 minutes until they will be able to make sure that they get this soul, but it's not like this soul is gonna be game-changing for them. This could be game-changing. Krisha is out. Oh my god, this damage. Damage from Fiora. I mean, that could be enough. There are no towers left. They could just go for a 5v4 end, but do they really want to do it? I mean, Krisha is dead. Just go for the end, guys. Like... That's so surprising to me that they don't do it, but maybe the reason is because Accorder is so far away, I'm not sure, but yeah, you can definitely go for the end right now. Like,
they want a quarter on the final picture, you know, on the victory screen. They're just waiting for the
that's so
fight.
cute.
It's
You're
so
right.
nice
That's so
of them,
cute.
the team spirit.
Yeah, but now Salami.
Oh, Kozzy!
Okay, Kozzy, he's doing a lot of damage, but somehow Haster is trying to outplay it. Kozzy will be knocked up, but yeah, he's just countering all with his W. devils.one are trying to buy time for Krisha. They're engaging right now on Antonio, but this is not the engage. This is a slaughter, and it's just about to happen unless Modlishka will be able to heal a little bit more. Look at that, they are actually buying some time. The Nexus is still alive.
Kozzy?
Now Krisha is alive. It's gonna be still a 4v5 without the AD carry, but it looks like it's gonna be just enough for back to the game to steal this win from them. And my MVP is gonna be Kozzy for this one. This guy, 8-1. Now we know why this Fiora was the first pick.
Kozzy pretty much said things for victory from the very beginning. When he started leading on his lane, when he started bullying poor Haster, poor Zed, when he started getting the kills. And again, if you let the enemy Fiora start the snowballing process, it's really hard to stop that snowball because it really quickly turns into an avalanche, bless you, going right onto your base and all the way to your Nexus. And that's exactly what happened. devils.one had some really good fights there, but at the same time, they had really bad fights.
Yeah, and well, it was very, very interesting to see how they play it out, and they did play it out, and they did it quite good. They did it quite good. We have to say it looked very well for them. It looked like they played this exactly like they wanted to play, and honestly, to me at least, it feels like back to the game are really back in the season right now, because like 4 and 5 getting stronger and stronger. They are now even in the score with devils.one. So honestly, sky is the limit for these guys.
Yeah, we have only 4 slots to go into the playoffs, and if back to the game don't just stop on defeating devils.one right now, but they also keep on getting more victories, there is a high chance that actually they are going to be the ones getting into the playoffs instead of either Forsaken or devils.one. It looks like chances are it might be devils.one who are going to be overthrown because, again, they had some really good moments in this game. That fight around the first Baron was excellent from their side. Everybody did exactly what they were supposed to do, and it worked out splendidly for them. But then at the same time, the amount of silly mistakes they're making on the map, the amount of missteps, the amount of mispositioning,
Yeah.
and just straight on silly, goofy plays is what baffles me quite a lot about devils.one.
Yeah, it just feels like it's. I mean, a lot of mistakes happened. Like we haven't seen that from devils.one back then, but now we definitely see. And back to the game, another win for them, and it just feels like they are about to like make it into the playoffs, maybe even top 3, top 4. Who knows? Like they're way better than they were in the first season and in the first part of the season. And it just feels like how good like does it have to feel to just come back in this way?
It has to feel rather good, doesn't it? Not just coming back to the game, as you said, but coming back into the season. But I think it's better if we ask the guys ourselves because we have the absolute pleasure to have Akuda ready for the interview with us. Hello, Akuda. Congratulations on the victory. How was it playing Bard in this game? Because your ultimates, boy, chef's kiss.
Hello again. Nice to see you after a win. How was it to play a Bard? I saw a spot in draft where I told my teammates that sorry that Bard sits pretty good here since they have no mobility on their champions. So I decided that I fear nothing. That traffic can counter me, and I just blinded Bard.
And well, it worked out. You got the win. But now I want to ask you, how good does it feel to make it back from being 0-4 down basically to 4-5 right now? You got a lot of wins in the last 5 games, and it must feel pretty damn good.
Yeah, it feels really good. As we are, I think everyone feels that we finally found our style. We are back on track, and as the name says, we are back in the game.
I love it
definitely
that
are.
you're staying true to the name of the team. I have a confession because when we were looking at the draft, we had a feeling the devils.one were going to win. We said it out loud here on the broadcast that hey, devils.one seem to have a pretty strong draft, and we would like to bet on them if we could right now. What was your opinion on the draft?
We know that Fiora will eventually start winning really hard on side lane. And as I said, Bard pick was really nice since even besides the fact that they don't have dashes and I can engage with ult. I could also ult enemy team comp whenever they wanted to engage on us when Fiora was split pushing. And long story short, we are just praying that Fiora will win the game side.
Well, and I mean, we can say that she did. Like in a way,
Yeah.
she definitely did put pressure on the enemy team. But I also want to ask you about your goals for the season, not the team goals, but your personal goals. Do you have like individual goals that you want to hit as the player, or do you just feel like if the team is doing good, I'm doing good?
I wasn't coming to this split with any particular like challenge for me or a goal. I will always like to have one of the most champions played in the split, the unique champions. So far, it's going pretty well. I haven't doubled any champion, so we will see how it ends up.
I love it.
Okay,
Actually,
fair enough.
yeah, you're pretty much the first person so far to not double any champions. Usually we give this title to Royson, but you might be the person with the
Yeah, I mean,
biggest champion
I'm not
pool.
alone here. I think there are 2 or 3 people that haven't doubled champions yet.
We're gonna keep an eye on that. You know what? In the end of the season, we need to have some scoreboard of how many champions everybody has picked. So yeah, keep an eye out on that. But thank you so much for the interview, Corey. It's a pleasure to have you here. And as you know, the tradition goes: if you have any greetings or shout out to give, you can do so right now.
This time, I wanted to give shoutouts to everyone that are recently struggling a little bit in life, just like me. Hope you are guys doing good, and remember that in the end, it's gonna end up well.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank
we
you
are
so
hoping you
much.
are doing good as well, and we will keep that in mind. That's for sure. Thank you, Accorder, from the interview, and hopefully we will see you soon again after another win for Back to the Game.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
Thank you. So back to the game. Back to the season, it looks like. The fresh team from second division having a chance to get to the playoffs in their first split in the first division. That's a big statement.
Yeah, I mean, they made it, right? From the second Ultraliga to the first Ultraliga, there are a lot of teams that made it look so easy, but they definitely did. And not only they first made it to the first Ultraliga, but they are still doing some work in this season of Ultraliga, and that's good to see. But what's also good to see is what you are about to see next, and that's gonna be Zero Tenacity versus Orbit Anonymo. It's gonna be the match of the week. Some say it's gonna be the match of the season, so stay tuned, guys. We're about to be right back, and we'll get straight into this game.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata e-sportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Madness.
Welcome everybody to the match of the week, match of the half season. No, it's the match of the whole season. This right here, right now, might be the most important match of this season of Ultraliga overall, including even the playoffs. Who cares about the finals? This is the true finals of Ultraliga that we have right here, right now. Zero Tenacity are going into their rematch with Orbit Anonymo.
And that's gonna be a good game. That's gonna be an interesting one because honestly, like looking at all of the games that we had, like nothing come close to that. Nothing at all. Like those are the best two teams that we know that we are gonna get a lot of action from. We're gonna get a lot of good macro and micro decisions. Like everything is gonna happen and it's gonna be just looking so good. And I feel like this is exactly what they need. This is exactly what the teams need just to get some good practice. And well, I guess this is about to slowly but surely happen.
Yes. And just to give you some backstory, in case you weren't here in the beginning of the season, these two teams had a clash with each other on the very second day of this season of Ultraliga. They went against each other, and Zero Tenacity lost. They had a really good fight back, but eventually they lost. And since then, they only had one loss, and that's the only one that they've had. Nobody else was able to beat Zero Tenacity. Orbit Anonymo has remained unbeaten up until this very moment. They are going for a perfect split. But throughout this season, we've talked on the interviews after games with both Orbit Anonymo and Zero Tenacity, and everybody from Zero Tenacity would tell us interesting thing about the upcoming rematch with Orbit Anonymo. They would say, yes, the first match was not good, but listen, we were very fresh. It was just the beginning of the season. When we rematched them, said Zero Tenacity, this is not going to be the same. The first match doesn't matter because the second match is going to be completely different. And that's why our expectations right now are over the roof for this one.
I mean, it should be the best game level-wise of the teams that we've seen so far. It should be the best game micro-wise. I'm not sure about the action, like...
I hope.
Yeah, like... I mean, we should see a lot of things happening, but I feel like it's gonna be a slow one.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if anybody is going to show us early game action, it is going to be Zero Tenacity who are going to try to force it. And that's the tactic we've seen them actually trying to use against Orbit Anonymo even in the previous seasons when we were talking about a very different Zero Tenacity, but pretty much the same Orbit Anonymo. Orbit Anonymo who want to wait. Orbit Anonymo who played the slow and patient game waiting for the prize in the end of it. And Zero Tenacity, if they want to win this, they are trying to disrupt their enemy from the very beginning of the game. So I would not be surprised to see Zero Tenacity trying to throw in some very early game shenanigans against Orbit Anonymo just to, pull them off their track.
Yeah, I feel like the longer you're in this win streak, or like Orbit Anonymo are, the longer you feel invincible, unbeatable.
Yeah.
And that could be a very misleading feeling. Zero Tenacity, they are on the rise right now. They are definitely back in this season. They are definitely better. But is it enough to beat Orbit Anonymo? I guess it should be. I mean, if you look at our prediction for today, like we are split between those two, but
yeah,
for me it's a 50-50. For me it's a 50-50, but I look at it momentum wise. And looking at the momentum wise, Orbit Anonymo are good, but they are stable. They are just playing okay / good. Zero Tenacity, they've been playing bad, but now they are slowly getting better and better. And each game they are playing, each game they are getting better and better. And it feels like if they now hit their peak, it's the perfect timing for them to beat Orbit Anonymo. So, I mean, also, let's be honest. I mean, I'm not gonna hold my tongue back. It would be an embarrassment to go 0-2 versus Orbit Anonymo. If you have this sort of roster, you have the roster that is a Polish super team, Melonik, Harpoon, Erdota. Like, you pay, I would say, 5 times what Orbit Anonymo pay their players, and you are about to go 0-2 versus them. I mean, let's be honest. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, it shouldn't. Like, if we are living in the world that Zero Tenacity goes 0-2 versus Orbit Anonymo, that would be a fun world, honestly.
That would be a fun world if they were to pick that Shyvana. I see
Yeah.
that Shyvana Melonic. In the first seasons when I just started casting Ultraliga, I haven't discovered Swain in my life yet, so I told everybody that if they flash Shyvana in the draft, I would consider it very personal. So I don't know if Melonic knows that, but I will still consider that very personal. But let's get serious. Let's get down to business. Orbit Anonymo are on the blue side, banning out Xanthi, Ashe, and Milia. All of these things just make sense on default, and picking Maokai on the first pick on the blue side. I can hear Afrabo crying from here, but he's gonna do what he needs to do for the team. Well, Zero Tenacity this side are banning out Korotkiy, Kalista, and Karma. Again, makes total sense picking Varus and Rel for their team.
Yeah, it does. And now Kai'Sa is gonna be picked. It's another Kai'Sa from there. I mean, last time we casted, I'm not sure it was we. I think I casted with DrBrilmann, but it was Kai'Sa for sure. And I guess Nautilus would be another pick for Chipsy, just going Kai'Sa out as the casual picks. But we need to remember, Zero Tenacity, they have a flex, right? They have Rel that could be for Blizzard. It could be for Erdota as well. So now they need to decide, do they want to break this flex right now, or do they want to blind something? Because they are kind of in this position where you either break it already, or you just want to keep the game going, but then you have to give something up as well, and that would mean you have to blind something.
And that's why I love that Orbit Anonymo are already taking their bot lane. They are showing their cards already, yes, but this is not exactly the pick that is really easy to counter against, and it forces Zero Tenacity to show something else through their draft. And they're picking Azir for Kofte. Some might argue, but I would say I think I like Kofte the best on Azir. I think he excels 100%. On this champion the most. So far, what we've seen in Ultraliga, this feels like the best champion for him. So again, for Zero Tenacity, makes perfect sense. Whatever they're going to ban right now, though, I'm super interested, and I think it has to be targeted against Prime, because I just wanted to say it's hard to ban against Royson, but if you just want to get away from Wei, who feels so good into Azir, yeah, just do it. It makes sense.
Yeah, 100%, and I just feel like this Azir is just the best pick for him possible.
Yeah.
Because he's just so comfortable on him. He played it so many times already in Ultraliga. It's just exactly what Zero Tenacity want. They not only pick comfort for them, but statistics are on their side as well. Varus was picked today. He didn't win the game. Now it's time for him to win the game, right? I mean, it would be a little bit of a weird look just to see Varus being picked twice and just to lose 2 games in a row. We will see about that, though. I mean, so far, Harpoon is about to pick, I guess, a top laner for themselves. Usually they go K'Sante, but K'Sante is banned right now, so they will have to blind something else. I mean, Melonic is a player that has a deep champion pool. He can play whatever he wants. He knows how he wants to play, so he can pick himself K'Sante-like champion, just going for a Gnar or something. What the hell is going on?
It's Heimer support. It has to be Heimer support.
Yeah, it's Rel jungle. It's Heimer support.
Unless they're absolutely crazy and this is Heimer top lane for Melonic or something like that, but I sincerely hope it's not gonna happen. It's already I mean, exactly my feelings, honestly. This is already more than crazy from the side of Zero Tenacity. They really want to dominate bot lane. They will be fine last picking for Melonic just to put him on something safe and a slow going lane, just need to keep it safe there and keep it nice, just to be the weak side. Bot lane is where Zero Tenacity want a lot of early game action.
Yeah, but I like it on one side because obviously it's gonna give you a lot of strong things that are gonna happen for them, but on the other side, it just feels like it's a coin flip. It's a coin flip, especially when you're gonna be playing versus Xerath. Xerath is exactly what you don't want to have.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to play against. Because now this Aatrox is hating his life. He's playing versus Nautilus, Xerath, Maokai, and he picked it as the last pick, by the way. What?
The audacity of this guy. You gotta give him props. This is some serious audacity right there from Melonic. But listen, I am with you on this Heimerdinger pick and overall the pick for Zero Tenacity, but especially Heimerdinger. That's something I always say. Heimerdinger, exactly as you said, honestly, 100% is a coin flip. It can go really well for you or really wrong, because right now on the bot lane, he's fine. He's not scared of Kai'Sa that much. He's not scared of Nautilus at all because of his turret, and he's providing so much poke and control over the bot lane, making Varus' life much easier. But The biggest problem with Heimerdinger has always been and will always be is that if you pick Heimer support, you are removing so much income from yourself as a champion.
Yep.
And Heimer is reliant on money. There is no sadder thing than looking at the game at like 20th minute and seeing Heimer running around with only Relay completed because it's not a champion. He doesn't exist. There is a -1 in the team.
I totally agree, but we need to remember the strongest thing about Heimer is gonna be fighting at the objectives, right? It's gonna be how you want to play at the objectives, how you want to try to outmaneuver your opponent, and make sure that you are the one that is gonna be in the lead for the what I expect is them trying to stack up the Drakes, but
yeah.
It's weird. It's weird.
Hard.
Like this game is just so weird. Honestly, it's gonna be super crazy to see how they play this one, and I feel like it could be a very close game. Like there are a lot of advantages for Orbit Anonymo as well, but I feel like this game is gonna be a 50-50. It could go down to the wire. It could be like 40 minutes game even, just to make sure that we get some action going, and we get straight into the game. A lot of range on the side of Zero Tenacity, a lot of engage on their side as well. And match of the week is right here.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Let's go, everybody. Match of the week and match of the season. I will say that again and again and again. This is the most important match we are going to witness in this season of Ultraliga. And everybody is starting with an attempt to go for some shenanigans, but nobody's gonna find anybody, so everybody's just gonna stay lonely on their respective sides on the map. And recall, very sad view, but Orbit Norma going very deep. Is it just for a division, or are they having some bigger plan?
Well, it's definitely advantage for Orbit Anonymo right now. Oh no, Harpoon.
Oh, Harpoon. Oh, brother, don't do that. You're smarter than that. Don't do that.
I mean, they can try to walk around him even if they want to. Like, he doesn't know that. Oh my god, he's about to be dead.
Oh no.
He's about to be dead. They will just flash through the wall. They will just flash through. He's dead man walking, but he just doesn't know it yet. And Harpoon, well, started off strong, but Chips is gonna get the first buff.
That's not what they wanted. He was leaving the kill to Naramin, I assume, but well, it doesn't matter. What matters is the mental advantage. Imagine how much it hurts to be harpooned right now.
I mean, yeah, he's late to the first wave. It hurts like hell, and not only that, it forces Blurzor to start from the red side of to start from his red buff. Honestly, just try maybe not even the red buff, but just pathing from top side to bot side right now. And yeah, Erdota is gonna get some damage back. Obviously, Harpoon is here as well. Is he gonna get any minions though? He started E. Oh my god, that's even worse. That's like adding insult to injury. And look at that, flash through a wall. Afroboy is there. Harpoon. I mean, yeah, it's a disaster for Zero Tenacity.
Afroboy.
And yeah, Afroboy is getting lower and lower. Ignite is on him. The kill actually for Zero Tenacity. Blurzor is there. They turn it around. It's a 1-for-1. They are going after Chipsy, but Chipsy, he is very mobile with this Q. Is Azir gonna help or not? Heimer is there. Blurzor is slowly catching up. Are they gonna
Hello,
catch
anybody?
him or... No,
Hello?
they just
they don't know where he is. They don't know where he is. Oh, don't sacrifice yourself. You can just get away. Chipsy!
But it's an execution as well. Like
yes, it is an execution, but he didn't even have. Okay, it's a fast recall.
Yeah, it's faster because it's 5 seconds, right? So it's way better for him.
Wait, you were the one worried that this game is going to be slow. I'm happy to tell you we're absolutely wrong.
Yeah, that's true. And well, Chips is in a good spot though. He was able to get not only a faster recall, but he was after a kill, right? So we need to remember he got to the Ruby Crystal point right now. Advantage for Orbit Anonymo, obviously, and Melonic right now. He is gonna be fighting versus Prime, but we need to remember Prime is a specialist when it comes to 1v1ing on top side. He knows exactly how to play those type of situations out. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and well, we are about to see that for sure, because this Jax is right now already ahead in terms of farm, and he's just about to hit his strong point when he gets back with his first item.
Afroboy, Blurzor, Erdoti, everybody's around this river right now. Do they want to have even more action on the bot lane? I don't think so. I think it's just the legendary battle for the Skull Crab right now. It looks like Orbit Anonymous so far are winning it. I wouldn't assume it's going to go into anything else. There is Roizen around, but look at Roizen. He has low health, he has no mana, and mana costs for Xerath in the early game, they are very painful. So no, there's not going to be anything bigger than that. But actually, since there is no fight here right now, we need to go back to the top lane because, Kasper, this is the matchup you were really excited about going into this game.
Yeah.
Melonic versus Prime, and more specifically, Aatrox versus Jax. How do you usually expect this matchup to look like?
I mean, usually it's the most important on who wins the trade, right? Because if you see the trade advantage for Aatrox, he could go for an all-in, but I feel like Jax should have the advantage because when Aatrox is hoping to hit his W, Jax can easily run away. Like, let's say Aatrox uses his W, you're about to get slowed back, you can use always Q, you can always Q to the minion as Jax, you can always Q to the ward as Jax. So it's very easy to run away from those type of engages. Plus, even if you get hit, you still have your E, right? So there's a lot of counter engage going on for him. And we can see that already a huge advantage right now for this Jax. He's like 2 waves ahead. Only from that what is happening, but on the other side of the map, it's also Varus being ahead. Even though with what happened as the first blood, he is still in the very good point right now.
Yeah, from the first 3 minions on the first wave, he got only like 1 minion, and he was really behind. But it's still Varus and Heimerdinger. It's still really hard for Nermin to get any close to the wave and start farming because the damage flying his way from Heimerdinger's turrets is very big in the early game to do anything about it. And it's not like he's fighting a side of an enchanter who's going to shield him up and kill him up and help him sustain on the lane. No, he needs to be very careful about what he does on the lane.
And Zero Tenacity, it looks like they want to push the bot wave and go for a Drake. And it's an obvious strategy because they want to stack the waves. They want to stack the Drakes, but now there is an issue. Maokai is there. And it's gonna be very easy to try to play around it, but they catch Gypsy off guard. They burn his flesh, so that's already something. Is it gonna be enough to take a Drake though? Because yeah, they got the flash from him, that's pretty big, but we need to remember Erdota is flashless and Harpoon is flashless still. So it's even, I would say, right now, and it looks like Orbit Anonymo, they have a control of the river right now, and that's gonna be rough. I mean, if you give up the first Drake just like that, I mean, it's your strategy to try to play for the Drakes, and you just get like already stopped basically. And Zero Tenacity right now, I mean, they would love to try to go for it. They would love to fight. They would at least love to try fight for it, but it looks like they are not gonna even be close. Look at that, Azir just pushes the wave. No. I mean, that's about it. They gave it away.
Yeah.
And well, Azir is there, maybe trying to catch Afro Boy off guard, but he has a flash. He could just flash it off, but I guess not. He's just gonna give his. No, no.
Oh, no,
my
no.
God. For a second, I thought. For a second, I thought he's about to run away. But this flash was a little bit nasty. that's definitely not like, you know, we've been hyping this matchup like, yeah, best macro plays, best level, and then you see this flash, and then you're like, like. Afro Boy, don't do this.
The best we
to us,
have.
man.
Yeah, please, Afro Boy. Never. If they win today and we get Afro Boy in the interview, we will have to scold them a little bit for that. If we don't, it's fine too.
And Solari, what do you think about Heimer getting this kill? Do you think it's good, or would you prefer rather to Blurs or Kofta to have it?
Normally, I would say I want Kofti to get the kill because it's Azir and he wants to open the Nashor Tooth as soon as possible. But I already talked about the issue with the Heimerdinger support, that he is very reliant on gold and he needs the lane to go well for him in order to feel useful later in the game. So because it's Heimer support, I say in this scenario it's totally fine in my eyes that the support gets the kill, because Erdota, if he has the mana later on, he's going to be so useful in the upcoming fights. And if they get him to the first item quickly enough before the second Drake happens, he has this, the first item completed, they will not have to give away the second Drake anymore because they will be able to fight for it.
Yeah, and now Zero Tenacity, look at that. Aatrox was able to actually get back in gold, and that's good. Obviously, a lot of resources going in the way of Prime right now. He will be even with this Aatrox, so I would say that's a good situation for both of them. Plus, Prime has a slightly better recall than what Aatrox was having just a minute ago. He was able to recall as well, even though I don't like this item. It's, you know, it's good to have it before you build the whole item, right? So,
yeah.
Kofta right now, he doesn't have a lot of resources, 1 assist, 0 kills, 0 deaths so far, but he has some advantages. And that's at least 10 minions right now, and that's very good for this Azir. He's very happy with what is happening right now.
Azir, yeah, he's playing for the late game, and he as well is playing for the objectives, because both him and Heimerdinger, and actually everybody else, to be honest, is going to be super useful for Zero Tenacity's fights around the objectives. They'll have so much terrain control and so much control in general that, yeah, right now it's fine for them to play the waiting game. But you know who doesn't want to play the waiting game? It's our boy, Flashless, but also Gang.
I really love the way you put our boy Afro Boy. Oh my god, Erdota is caught off guard a little bit, or maybe it's Harpoon. It looks like it's Harpoon. He doesn't have his cleanse, by the way. Oh my god, like just now I realized he doesn't have his cleanse, and it looks like Erdota wanted to fight for it because Bluezone and Azir were coming, but oh my god, I mean, I just feel like I thought he has his cleanse up, that's for sure, and he didn't.
He doesn't have cleanse.
Yeah, that's the point, right?
So
Like, I mean,
wait. But why? So you're going into 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody except Kai'Sa on the enemy team has some sort of control against you. And you don't have a support who's going to be happy buying Mikhail's Blessing as the first or second item. And you go with no cleanse as Varus. This doesn't sit right to me.
Yeah, and you would think that he at least uses his flash to get away, but I mean, I can understand why he was thinking this way, because he thinks, okay, cleanse is not gonna help me lane-wise, because cleanse versus Nautilus is like meh, and versus Kai'Sa as well, but then you play versus Royson. And you can always get hit by an E. You play versus Afroboy, and we just saw what happens when Afroboy shows up. You play versus Prime, who's gonna sit on you with his Counter-Strike up, and then that's gonna be an issue. And I feel like that's just some very weird decision-making coming in from Harpoon, but still, though, he's not in the worst spot.
Not yet.
That was also a kill for Chipsy, right? So it's not the worst one.
It's the game of support. Supposed to just collecting all the kills. Yeah, but Chips is relentless in that sense. He got the first blood. He's 2-1-1 already. The guy is feeling fine. And his death, by the way, did not contribute to the kills of Zero Tenacity. Afroboy.
Oh my god. I mean, Harpoon has his flash, but now he uses his flash into the ultimate! Oh my god, Harpoon! He's completely outplayed in that department, and he's dead again!
You know what? I have a lot of comments about that, but I'm not finding any positive way to put them on the map. That was straight on bad. That was good from Orbit Anonymous side. That was very relentless from Alphaboy. He's really playing towards his bot side right now. And that is right. That is exactly what you want to be doing against Varus Heimerdinger. Shut them down. Because this is the win con for Zero Tenacity. They want to win bot lane, go into Trakes, as you said, stack them up, win through the bot side of the map, shut them down as Orbit Anonymous, and you have a winning lane on the bot lane that scales and feels much better in the late game. You have top lane that is going to be super useful later on. As Orbit Anonymous, they're doing everything fine. But at Zero Tenacity, they are in a very bad spot now.
They are, but the gold is still even, so that's important. And now, a very important thing. What the soul is gonna be? It's gonna be a Cloud Soul. Okay, so I mean, it's unlucky for Zero Tenacity because when you get this sort of draft, you would love to get the Hextech Soul. You would love to get the Ocean Soul because, like, the longer fights with Poke, a lot of value to get into the Xerath, right? Because Xerath is poking you, then you have the Ocean Soul, so it doesn't really. Oh my god, Chipsy, we saw that. So yeah, there is a lot of value, right, coming into that, and it would be lovely to get the Ocean Soul. And Cloud Soul is like kinda meh. It's like you know, it's like kinda it's okay, but it's not perfect. And now we have a lot of people roaming towards the bot side. I don't like it at all. Like you're not gonna dive them, by the way. You can try to do something on the middle side, but yeah, Kofte. I mean, he's getting stronger and stronger because I feel like this game right now is not on Kofte. He's playing the waiting game, right? He is just waiting, and trying to buy himself some time. And just to make sure that he gets into the Rabadon, he gets the comfortable items, the Zonias, and so on. And he's doing a good job of that, but they need a little bit more. They need to make sure that they find a good spot for this Heimer. Like you said, Solari, this Heimer needs to be on point. And even though he's not behind, when your AD carry is behind, it's not good.
When your AD carry is behind, the whole lane pretty much is behind because as support, there is not too much you can do to set things right when your AD carry is spun through already. You can try, of course, always, but it's gotta be very hard regardless. They have, however, Blue Resort on the bot lane right now. Maybe they could try to have something happening, but Afroboy is around constantly. Like, this guy is just perma sitting on the bot lane this season. Again, it makes perfect sense for Orbit Anonymo why they're choosing to do so. He's sacrificing quite a lot of farm in the process, but he's making sure that his bot lane is safe and the enemy's bot lane cannot say the same about themselves.
And Prime is all Linnik Melonink right now, and Melonink, he's level ahead. If he pops out his ultimate, he should be in the advantage fighting over Prime right now, but yeah, he's just making sure the wave is gonna be pushed in, recalling, and getting into the stronger point as he is right now. Slowly building up our Zero Tenacity, two pairs of boots for Zero Tenacity. Mercs on both Kofte and Blurzor, which means, I mean, they are at least at a good spot, like CC-wise, right? They will be like favored in this way, but unfortunately, that's about it for them. Like, yeah, you get Mercs, yeah, but still the problem is gonna be that Harpoon is like what is Harpoon gonna be doing? Like, he doesn't have any magic resistance. He's not gonna be like invisible. He needs Edge of Night though. That would definitely help, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's about it. Oh, Prime. Are you... Ooh, they're Dominus prop onto Melonic. They want to fight for serious now.
Yeah, but Maokai is there. Maokai is there, so if Melonic goes all in, then definitely Afroboy would be able to get the advantage on him, because we know how Afroboy loves to fight. He loves to go for this sort of... Like, if it was up to him, he would just perma-fight 20%.
If it was up to him, he wouldn't be picking champions like Maokai. I'm pretty sure of that. He would be picking something that wants to be fighting all the time, and he would be fighting all the time, absolutely. But he does what is best for the team, and you gotta give it to him. He does it exceptionally well. Right now, he knows that what the team needs is somebody who's gonna enable for them, who's gonna peel for them, who's gonna control for them, and he does all those things.
And this Herald... Yeah, the Herald is gonna hit. They will be able to at least hit this tower, but they shouldn't be able to get this tower, right? I mean, now they are disengaging. Blurzor is caught off guard. He does cast his flash up, okay, and they were able to force their way through it. I like this one from Zero Tenacity. I must give them credit where the credit is due, and well, now it looks like they want to catch Chips maybe off guard a little bit. Yes, they are going on to him, or Chips is going on to them, but miss hook right now. Kofte is there. Not a lot of damage from this Azir yet, but it looks like it should be enough to at least make their life a little bit more uncomfortable, and Harpoon is there, getting back, hitting Afroboy with the piercing arrow will be enough to consider him at least a champion for now, because this verse is slowly getting better and better. Yumus already for him, but we need to see more.
That's already much better than before, and honestly, the whole fight around the mid lane for Zero Tenacity in this moment was a really good one, a really good Herald. It was the first turret of the game that went for them, and a very important turret if they want to continue with their dream of getting to more dragons in this game. It's going to help them a lot, especially if you consider the fact that... No, they're not. They're not doing that. Okay, fine. If you consider the fact that there are 6 Void Grabs in the pockets of Orbit Anonymo, you want to take away as much advantage from them as possible to slow down their potential push into your turrets, because they're gonna take those down really quickly.
Yeah, and that's important for Harpoon that he was able to get this kill. Like we said, his life was miserable from minute 1. He was not even able to get started. He was just slowed permanently, and you know, it's never good when you start off at this sort of point. And now Zero Tenacity would love to go for this Drake, but there's an issue. No ultimate for Edote, no ultimate on Harpoon, and no ultimate on Blurzor, which means either you wait it out, you try to play the waiting game, or you fight and you risk to lose a lot. So what does Zero Tenacity do?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure they are sure either. They have a flash and ultimate on Kofte. That's something you could only play around, but Afroboy has an ultimate too, and it's a really good one.
Yeah, but the ultimate from Blurzor came back, and now they are about to use it. And look at that, Chips engaged, but Chips is just dead. The flash is not available, and now, I mean, the Drake is being done. The ultimate from Melonic is popped up right away, and they just waited it out. That was so well played by Zero Tenacity. It looked bad at the beginning, but now Afroboy is on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift, and Kofte is there. Just give the kill to Kofte. He needs it. So just give it up to him. Make sure that he gets it. Harpoon is gonna be the one to steal it away, and there Dote almost falls, but Blurzor is running after Royson. It looks good for Zero Tenacity. Kofte, flash through the wall, kill on him, and Blurzor with the flash as well! He will be able to get Royson down! I mean, Harpoon, man! From 1-3 to 5-3 in the blink of an eye.
Exactly, that is the most important outcome of this fight. It's not even about the Drake deathmatch or anything else. It is the fact that right now we have a Varus who is finally feeling good in this game. Beautifully played here by Zero Tenacity, just standing in a very straight line right behind Blurzor, making sure he's the only one to get the ultimate from Alpha Boy onto him, and then decimating Orbit Anonymo one after one after one, because Orbit Anonymo are good when they fight together, but right now individually they are finding themselves in a tough spot to fight back, especially when they're not fighting one-on-one, but they're fighting one versus everybody on the enemy team.
Yeah.
The relentlessness from Zero Tenacity is playing so nicely for them now.
And look where the kills went as well. It looks so good. Look at that. Rel is 0-0-4, and you think, yeah, Rel would love something. She's playing Solari. She is fine. We have 2 Solaris today on the cast, so yeah, it's all good.
We have 3.
Oh yeah, yeah, Chips has one as well.
Yes.
And look where the kills went. It's all Harpoon, it's Azir, it's Erdota who's already on 1 item slowly. I mean, 1 item. Like, we need to count the support as well, right? So it's basically 2 items for himself. And Blurzor doesn't need any kills. He's already in a very good spot. He's very happy with what is happening right now on Summoner's Rift. And honestly, we've been saying a lot, yeah, Orbit Anonymo, perfect split. Their dreams could be shattered if it continues to look like that.
Quite easily, because look at that right now. This is 20 minutes, so which means the Baron, the beautiful Baron, is up and running on the map. And Orbit Anonymo cannot even turn into the split push or trying to split the map for the enemies or utilize actually their wood card.
Yeah, now they engage, but it looks good for Orbit Anonymo. The first kill on Erdota and Blurzor. Great engage. Nice damage from Harpoon, but it's not quite enough. Blurzor is low. They were able to get 1 kill. That's nice for Orbit Anonymo, but that's not enough.
Just how tanky is this champion? The moment Rel dismounts, the moment her horse is no more with her, she is so damn tanky. Yeah, she's slow. If she's caught off guard, she's going to go down. But it's really hard to make her go down. And Zero Tenacity have only 1 front lane right now, but it's more than what they need. Blurzor is doing his job excellently.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like Orbit Anonymo have a lot of damage, right? I mean, Zerov is not there yet. Not at this point. Yeah, I mean, Naramin is doing a lot. Afroboy is mainly setting things up because he's not going for the... I mean, look at that. Look who was hitting, like, Blurzor, right? It's mainly Royce and Naramin. But he's just, you know, I agree with you. He is tanky, but it's also the point that they are just not there yet when it comes down to the items.
No, I absolutely agree with you. 2 items finally on Kai'Sa just right now. Naramin didn't have the Navori in the previous fight, so it's going to be a little bit better. But yeah, there is still a very long way until Orbit Anonymo are going to be at their fullest potential in terms of the damage output. And they have picked the champions who need to wait for a long time. And that's why I love that Zero Tenacity are pushing the fights onto the enemy right now. They know that they're stronger. Varus is much stronger than anybody on the Orbit Anonymo side right now. And they don't need to wait. They don't need to wait. They could wait for Korotkiy, but they don't need to because they have Harpoon, who is 5-3-1. This guy is sitting on 3 items right now. He's very happy about his damage.
Yeah, and when he gets to the Muramana, oh my god, he's gonna be really a big problem right now. And speaking of problems, like Prime at the side lane, slowly but surely he's... I know that Melonik is the one who has the bounty on him, but still, like, Prime, like, the longer this game goes, sooner or later, he's gonna be very strong. And look at that, he just forced the tower. He was able to get it. He's gonna go back to the base. He's gonna get his 2nd item. So he's gonna be on 2 items right now. And the TP from Zerov straight up, just to make sure that they are not doing the snatch, just to make sure that they are somewhere there to prevent that from happening. But Zero Tenacity, they are not interested in Nash. The tier 2 of Orbit Anonymo is hurting a lot, so they can always try to play for the tier 2. The Spoke is very nice for Harpoon. Not only slowing them, but also making sure that he's gonna be just as annoying as possibly he can be. And is he gonna try to slow it again? He's not gonna hit Chipsy though. So yeah, this Drake, I mean, it looks like it belongs to Zero Tenacity by the looks of the map.
It should. It absolutely should. Zero Tenacity are securing a lot of terrain around it right now. They are the first ones at the river and in the pit. They should be taking it, but look at the top lane in the meantime. Orbit Anonymo don't want to fight for this Drake. They know that this is the third Drake.
Yeah, the TP is there, right? So they are not going to be able to get anything. And now they want to engage.
I'm not sure about that one. There is nobody to engage onto anymore. Zero Tenacity take the Drake and disengage immediately. That's exactly what they need to be doing. They don't need to take this fight in their own jungle. They stop the push on the top lane with a very nice teleport from Korotkiy. And they have the 3rd Drake. They have the soul point. They are more than fine.
But now the ultimate, it looks like they would love to try to force this tier 1, but like they are not able to do it. There is not enough damage. Yes, the poke is there, the Void Seekers, the Qs from Royson. Yeah, sure, but it's not quite nearly enough. And Zero Tenacity, they are just happy with how it went down because, to be fair, like they didn't give anything up. And now, do they know? They should know, right?
They don't see it, but they have to understand what's going on, because where else would Zero... They could have just recalled, of course, but it's... No, they...
Okay,
oh,
now
they
Harpoon
know.
is seen. Yeah, now Harpoon... But is it too late? It's 4k only. Afroboy is there, they can try to stop him, and now the ultimate from Harpoon, just to make sure that they win this fight. But now it could be a 5v5. Prime jumps in, Prime is able to slow them, and now who is gonna fall? Kofta is in an uncomfortable position, Harpoon is falling down. It looks like Orbit and Anonymo are back in this game. Harpoon is dead, Erdota as well, and now who is gonna fall? Kofta is the one to get a kill. Blur doing the damage. Melonic still without the ultimate, he's not able to do anything. And now the question is it gonna be anyone on Zero Tenacity side with this Nash? Kofta is dead and Melonic is 1v4, not able to do anything. Orbit Anonymo with a huge win.
I can't with this team, Kasper. How can you not vote for Orbit Anonymo in this fight? How can you not love Orbit Anonymo after what you just witnessed? How can you not say in unison with Avroboy, we love Neramin so much after witnessing this fight? Orbit Anonymo are the team fighting team. This is where they excel. They know how they want to play around those team fights. This was played beautifully by them, and it looked very risky, but I want you to keep your eyes onto Avroboy in the beginning, because he doesn't have the ultimate, so this fight is not starting on the very good terms. But then look at Neramin, and look at him all the time. The guy nearly goes down couple of times. Look at that, 3-2. It doesn't look like there is any chance of winning. Yes, Royson is coming, Chips is coming, but it's still gonna take them some time. But Neramin is jumping around, dashing around, and then by the time this Zonius is over, look at that, Chips is there, the healing is there from Royson, and everybody is happy. Orbit and Anonymo, they want to go for a perfect split, and they can just do it.
Yeah, they can still do it. They can go for 9-0 right now. But honestly, like Zero Tenacity, very weird decision. I know they were kind of forced to fight for this Drake, but still, it just feels like the decision-making on their side is just so weird. I just don't agree with it. And look at that. The game is even in goal, and Prime is about to take a bounty for it, by the way. Like, this is so fun. This game is just so fun.
The void grabs, by the way, six void grabs, and Prime is very happy with them.
Yeah, obviously, he's just gonna be loving his life right now, but I just feel like Zero Tenacity, I mean, the game was a highway for them to a win, and now, yes, they are 90 seconds from possibly taking a soul, but are they gonna stop Prime? He's flashless, but a TP's from Royson, yeah, there's the TP available. They can always try to... Oh my god, Blurzor, he didn't hit with anything! He misses all of it! Oh my god, Blurzor, that's exactly what you don't want to see. And now Melonic, he is in trouble. Nice damage, nice reset for himself as well. Now he goes on Neramin, he's trying to outplay it, and the Void Seeker is only gonna hit Harpoon, but he misses the piercing arrow. Now Melonic needs to run back. Neramin 1v3, Neramin is outplaying them. Is he gonna be able to get a kill? Not this time. Harpoon lives, and it looks like Zero Tenacity will live to tell another day, as Afroboy will fall. It's a 3-4-0, it's a soul on top of that. It's Royson, who is one of two last men standing, trying to make it there. Nice damage for him. Dote almost falls, but he won't quite yet.
I love Prime. He just doesn't care. He was the first one to almost go down there, and he's like, yeah, these guys are fighting. These guys are dying for nothing. I don't care. I'm gonna be absolutely fine. Melonic is so damn tanky. The moment this Aatrox props Dominus, it's so hard to kill him. You can see, yeah, the healing, the damage. He's on this 100 Sky. He's healing like a madman here. And Neramin is gonna try to go right into the enemy backline, trying to get onto somebody. But Melonic and Blurzor are so grouped up there together with Harpoon. They're not letting Neramin do it, and he in the end is almost getting out with a kill, but not enough. Nice turnaround from Zero Tenacity. Honestly, there was a good fight from them and a very big overstep from Orbit Anonymo.
But oh my god, Melonic, wrong side of Summoner's Rift again, 1v5, not able to do anything, and now Z10, this is not the fight that they wanted to see. Blurzor is caught off guard, and Blurzor is dead as well. Just as we are about to say that yes, they are back in this game, it looks like they are out of it again.
This is not back to the game, man. This is not it. Zero Tenacity are soulless because they couldn't secure the first strike. It's going to be the second one for Orbit Anonymo. 12-11. The gold is in a very tiny lead for Zero Tenacity. This game is absolutely insane. We promised you the match of the season, and boy, it's delivering. Orbit Anonymo are still pushing in, and obviously they're doing a terrific job at that because they are threatening all the lanes simultaneously, except for top right now, because Kofti is there, and Kofti is also doing a fantastic job deep pushing and pushing further into the enemies. Frankly, he can do that. He's on 3 items. Who's gonna stop him?
Yes, Prime is super strong right now, and well, we are just about to hit the point where both teams are dead even in gold. And honestly, yes, I mean, the team fights look like one side or the two sides. It doesn't matter who wins the team fights. What matters to me is that Orbit Anonymo, they are slowly running away with this game. Like, if you look at the items right now, 4 items on the Skysa right now. She is super strong. Xerath on 3.5 items. Prime on 3.5 items. This is exactly where you want to be as Orbit Anonymo, and you just bought yourself another 5 minutes with this Drake being taken.
Yeah, it's pretty much the usual tale of Orbit Anonymo. Take the early game however it goes, it's fine. 25th minute, around there. This is the time when Orbit Anonymo are going to wake up, because they're going to be farming up until that. They're going to be getting the gold in religiously, and then when the items are in, they're like, yes, finally, now is the time we fight and win the game. And maybe this is going to be the fight and the win situation.
Yeah, and Z10 right now, they do have a terrain control, right? I mean, they are able to control the places around Nash quite easily, but they still need more than that. Nice poke from Harpoon, that's gonna help, that's for sure, but yeah, they need more than that.
They need more than that. Look at that. Orbit Anonymo have all the ultimates available. The ultimate from Afroboy is going to be massive fighting for this Baron. Same for Chipsy. Same for Royson. Zero Tenacity.
That's nice. And
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Harpoon is being poked heavily when he doesn't have his Edge of Knights up. I mean, it's very tough for him to play. He's trying, he's doing his best, but he just needs more. And we know what Harpoon can do. He's one of the best AD carries that we have in the Polish scene right now. I even saw Freskowy to pick him as the next one to go to LEC if he had to pick a Polish ADC. But it's not enough to be considered one of the best AD carries. You need to prove it. And Harpoon, looking at him career-wise, was not able to prove it yet. He was not in EU Masters for the past 2 years. He was not winning national championships for the past 2 years. He needs to prove that he is actually a top AD carry. He needs to actually be on the same level as Naramin. And right now he is proving it in the way of this game, but we need to see more.
This is a hard game though to prove anything, especially since he was shut down from so early in the game and so massively. 7-4, yes, 7 kills in, but there's 4 kills happened so early and we're so grouped together in the early game that it was hard for him. They have no clue. Orbit Anonymo are taken rather quickly with Nerman and Afroboy together, but Zero Tenacity, they're gonna find out now.
Yeah, Blurzor is on the... he doesn't have anything to just jump in. He does jump in, and he's not gonna steal it. That's a disaster. Erdota is dead as well. Prime jumps on him. That's an absolute disaster. Zero Tenacity, what have you done?
They have lost the game, pretty much. Oh, Prime is taking so much damage in the meantime. I guess who else is taking damage? Oh, it's not Melodic. Melodic doesn't care. But Orbit Anonymo don't care either. They have the Baron buff, they're fine.
Yeah, they can go for a 5v3. They are happy with it. And now, it looks like they are exactly where they wanted to be, but Zero Tenacity, how do you, like, just forget about going into the Nashor Spit? You were the ones that were fighting for the control over it, right? You were the ones trying to fight for it. And, oh, Jesus, this is exactly...
Yeah, this is just a disaster. When you prepare the terrain so much for the Baron, when you know that everything is at stakes with this Baron, and you give it away in such a fashion, and not just it, you also give away your jungler in the process, your support in the process, and you give away pretty much any control of the map as well, because Orbit Anonymo, they're still pushing into you all the time, especially on the bot side of the map, because hey, next strike could have been a soul for Zero Tenacity if they can take it.
And now, I mean, Orbit and Anonymo understand exactly what is happening. Okay, you're trying to group up on the top side. We are gonna push the bot side. This inhib is free for taking. There's no one defending it.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on? Even if Rel shows up there with Melonic, it doesn't matter. It's over. This inhib is there for free, and they just took it. Like, it's literally like I don't know how they were supposed to defend it as Zero Tenacity. Now they all recall. It's way too late. The macro decisions are quite awful, to be honest, from them.
They were not supposed to be on the top side of the map. There is nothing to do on the top side of the map. You can just send Kofta there as you have been doing this whole game if you want to keep the push on the top lane happening. But there is a Drake, and there is your base at risk because the enemies are pushing in with the Void Grabs and with the Baron buff. There is no justification for Zero Tenacity to leave their base open like that and just to group on the top lane.
Now Blurzor. He would love to find some engage that is going to be game-changing for him, but C10, they are 5k behind. They are not even close to finding the engage. They had to give up the inhib. Or they didn't have to, but they decided that they have to. It just looks like the game is way out of their reach right now. They're like the truth is the only moments this game was close where Orbit and Anonymo were doing it to themselves. Like Neramin jumping 1v3, for example. It was the mistakes from them. It was not there were no good plays from Zero Tenacity happening. It's just mistakes from Orbit and Anonymo happening.
Well, on the mid lane there was a good play, but
exactly, and now they are caught off guard again, and what are they supposed to do? Blurzor is trying to buy time, but there is no buying time in this town! Prime! Double counter-strike is enough to take the life of her daughter as well, and now he jumps forward! He's gonna fall, but is it enough for Zero Tenacity to do anything? Is the reset for Melonic, but he's gonna be knocked up again. Zero Tenacity barely standing, barely defending, but Afroboy will fall. It's a 2-for-2, but it looks like Orbit and Anonymo are still in the better spot, and this game is just so close.
Our opponent is smiting pretty much from the town down. The sniper. But it was enough for the time being. We gotta give them that. They stopped the bleeding on the top lane for the time being. They have the time now to breathe in, breathe out on deep push. There are no objectives for at least next 2 minutes on the map, so it's fine. It was a really tough fight for Zero Tenacity, but they tried this time to keep Harpoon as safe as possible in it, not letting him get anywhere close, or rather not let enemies get anywhere close onto him, and it's fine. While Harpoon leaves, there is still a nice damage output. While Kofta leaves, there is still some additional nice AP damage output for them, but still, it's just for now. They defend their base, they did well. Is it enough?
Yeah, that's a very good question, but again, it just feels like it's Orbit and Anonymo giving it away a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, Afroboy walking up randomly, getting hit by a piercing arrow from Harpoon. These things are not supposed to be happening.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I want to praise Zero Tenacity. Nice defense, guys, and so on, but I can't. Because it just feels like it's Orbit and Anonymo trolling the win away. Prime just randomly jumping into them. And Afroboy doing the same thing, basically. And now Zero Tenacity, they are not ready for what is coming right now. The ultimate from Afroboy, they are about to go into Blurzor, and they will, just as the tower falls. Blurzor was tanky 20 minutes ago. Now he is not! But Neramin is! Melonix is knocked up! No GA for you, my friend. It will not save you this time. No flash available. Zero Tenacity, they are falling apart in front of our eyes. And what are they supposed to do to maybe somehow make it right? Nice ultimate from Kofta, but he is gonna fall as well. And now it's gonna be a 2v4 for Harpoon and Erdota to somehow hold on in this game.
Somehow is exactly the word, because look at Orbit and Anonymo, they're still closing in. Yes, Neramin is dead, really good pickup, but Roizen is still alive. Roizen deals a ton of damage right now. Look at the guy's items, he has 23 stacks of his Magi's, he kills everything.
Yeah, but Prime is getting lower and lower, they are tanking it. Only Void Grabs available so far. The minions wave are not there. Harpoon, he's looking for it, he's looking for the piercing arrows, but he's just not able to find it enough, and somehow Orbit and Anonymo were not able to get this win yet.
They need the Baron. They need another Baron to happen for them, and then they're going to be able to turn it around. And the Baron is coming up very quick. That was a good push from them. They managed to open up the base of Zero Tenacity nicely, but yeah, not enough. They need minions, and they need them to be empowered. And then it might just be the last push that we're going to see. It also gives, however, Zero Tenacity time to buy more items, because the main carries on the side of Orbit Anonymo with these last recall are on the full builds. Can Zero Tenacity stay the same? We need to see once the replay is over.
Yeah, and Orbit Anonymo, is it what, the third Nash for them right now? No, it's actually the... No, it's it could be the third one, because the first one, yeah, Z10 got
Second
it,
for
but
them,
then
third in the game, yeah.
Yeah, but then they all fell, and... hidden hero of this game for me is Royson. He is 419 right now. This Xerath is super strong, and 23 stacks in this game, doing the work, doing exactly what we want to see, and... Well... One Drake is all it takes for Orbit Anonymo to get into the soul point, to get the soul. And they will be able to get it. There's nothing Z10 can do about this. I mean, they can try to buy themselves some time, right? But let's be honest. The only moment this game was close was where Orbit Anonymo were throwing the leads away by themselves. And it doesn't look it's about to happen again.
Well, if you want to win this one, they shouldn't, because everybody's getting to their full build. Everybody's getting to their absolute final power spikes. Nothing is happening after that. And Orbit Anonymo, they have the soul. They have the Baron buff. They absolutely have to win the game right here, right now. They have everything that they needed, but look at these teleports coming in from Royson. Their whole crew is here. Royson, the hero of this game, the unsung hero. Not as flashy as Nermin, who is, by the way, half HP already. But he deals so much damage just from afar, sniping the enemies from all the way, from the backline, and he needs to do it right here, right now.
And now they need to try to fight for it. It's the last chance. It's the last possible chance for them to try to win this game. Another inhib being taken. Royce on this poke is absolutely disgusting. Like, what are they supposed to do? Kofta is half health, and he hasn't even seen anyone yet.
No,
That's
but
gonna be
here
an
comes the
issue,
ultimate.
yeah. He's gonna pop out the ultimate. Who's gonna die first on Zero Tenacity side? It looks like it's gonna be Blurzor. Prime is fighting versus Harpoon. Prime is all-inning Harpoon! And he just presses Zonya right now. He's buying himself some time. They are just going for the end. He's just diving them under the fountain. And it's gonna be enough for Orbit Anonymo to get themselves a win. A nice win. A 9th win in this season.
That's probably gonna sound silly. It's 100% not true, but it really looked like it was Royson with 4, walking out the kids, 4 kids, holding his hands, and he's like, okay, we gotta behave, right? We just take this game slowly but surely and we win it. And the kids are like, no, we wanna jump all in, we wanna have some fun. And he's like, yeah, fine, I'm gonna do all the job. Triple kill for me in the end because somebody needs to finish the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just looks so good for them, and honestly, it's impressive. It's very, very impressive, and we've seen a lot of people saying, "Yeah, we want to get back on Orbit Anonymo just to win this game that we lost at the beginning of the season." Well, it's not gonna happen yet, boys. You will have to wait until the playoffs, because that was quite a win. Quite a win.
The only question to me right now is, can Orbit Anonymo keep it up? So far, the biggest chances of interrupting their perfect split were with Zero Tenacity, and they didn't manage to do it twice. So I really doubt somebody else will do it. We might just witness history in this season, or we might not. I don't know. But what we will witness for sure is going to be the interview with our boy, Afroboy. Of course, he's going to join us again. Hello, so good to see you here again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wait. We wanted to have you on the interview because we wanted to scold you. Actually, for quite many things. Originally, it was for that flash next to the Drake in the very beginning of the game when you flashed and died immediately. But to be fair, there were quite many silly moments in the game. Was everybody on your team playing seriously?
He's getting cooked.
Sorry, we have to.
I just won with Zero Tenacity the only twice, which means who will be in our way now for the perfect score. And I come in here and the first thing I hear, I'm getting cooked. You should honestly get the slides from there. I mean, look, you know what he just wrote me? Well played for today. If I look good, it's because of you. I like your gameplay, bro. Thank you. First time I see a jungler doesn't care about to die in official game. Finally, a lot of hype.
And
maybe you should try to be more like him.
Yeah, you did
maybe
you did your work for him, definitely. I mean, you cooked. He was able to deliver, and even though he went a little bit crazy, it looked like he just went 1v3 versus all of the enemies, and it was just great.
Honestly, it's my bad though.
It's your fault.
He jumped into 3 people. I should have known my AD carry that he sees red. Like I should have looked him straight into the eyes, see the red in his eyes, and then I should have fired my ultimate immediately because I was too late to the play. If I was there, 1v3 for clean.
I mean, yeah, makes it happen. I mean, walk me through this game, Afroboy, because it felt like, from my point of view, I'm not sure if I'm correct, but it felt like you were in the control of the game 40 minutes, and the only way you were losing this game when you were just for fun jumping into them 1v3.
I mean, yeah, it was kind of easy. Like level 1, we cooked them. Level 2, we cooked them. Level 3, we also cooked them. I think Harpoon had a lot of fun, by the way. I hope his KDA is enjoyed my gameplay a lot. I will pull him into the abyss. I'm like, I don't know if you saw the score. I think I'm in place 5 right now. And I'm like pulling him down, like, come on, bro. Come down to me. And Royson is still chilling at the top, It's still the jungler trying to make his teammate look great by killing Harpoon multiple times. So my mid laner can have a better KDA understanding. Like the gap is even larger,
I felt like, I'm not sure if it's correct, but I felt like you had tougher games versus the other opponents than versus Zero Tenacity. Do you feel this way as well, or I'll rephrase it. Do you feel like Zero Tenacity is the toughest opponent, or do you feel like there are other teams that are a threat to you?
I think I don't want to be cocky. But
No, be cocky. That's why I asked this question. I want you to be
He's legit provoking me. He's like the devil is sitting on my
shoulder.
shoulder.
Yeah, I'm a devil. She is an angel. That's how it works.
I'm not.
He doesn't,
I mean, okay. I will just ask it. Just one question. Just one question.
Wait. Don't ask. I will just answer. Okay, I will spill it.
Okay, but it's a yes or no question. Do you think a Zero Tenacity is a worthy opponent?
I mean, I just tweeted, stand proud, Zero Tenacity. You were strong. And I think it would be delusional for me to say that they were weak, since it was a banger. It was a 50-50 smite battle, actually. That won us again, I think. And also, like, small micro decisions from each player individually. But, generally, I'm really disappointed from Zero Tenacity. Like, I came into the split, like, especially in the first match, because I remember I inted a lot, actually. Like, I died twice for 0. And but I mean, that was the first interview that where this guy. But I don't know, it's a bit weird. I think maybe it's like the typical superstar team problem. But Orbit is family, Do you see my jungler? I bet you Harpoon, after he carries the game, he's like, oh, I'm so good, guys. Oh, the interview before. Yeah, I think Neramin is not so good. His lane looked pretty unstable, like really cocky. Bro, you know what my AD carry does? He slides into his jungler's DMs and praises him. He appreciates his work. And I think Harpoon should do that a lot as well. Maybe Blurza will also gank him more then, And maybe he will also be able to carry them. I think it's a team issue.
Everybody, if you want to get ganked, you just gotta slide into your jungler's DMs. Actually works, literally. But you know what, Afroboy? We have a little present for you. Just so happens that we have a special segment for you right here, right now, where you can talk about anything you want. The stage is all yours.
Afroboy segment? What does it even mean?
Yeah, it's Afroboy segment. You can do whatever you want.
Anything.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, by the way, nobody. I'm not coming prepared. Okay, actually, I will read some poetry. Okay, what about that? But it's some deep poetry.
Okay.
About my life a few years ago.
Okay.
And it's really sad, probably.
Okay.
But it's also really flip because I don't know which one I'm seeing now. Okay, here I have one in English. Because bilingual, right? Okay, guys. Am I broken? Words unspoken. Have I lost my iron will? This void I'm trying to fill. Lost my sight on that path. Unsure if I can figure out this math. Why can't I fill this void myself? Like when I was 12. Old enough to see sadness? Too dumb to understand happiness? Wish some buttons I could press to get me out of this mess. Destiny will lead me my way. There's no need to pray. Amen. Perfect segment.
Nothing else I need to add. It was absolutely perfect, just like your gameplay. It's exactly
perfect.
What you wanted to see.
Thank you. In fact, I int a little bit to make my teammates look even better.
That's what a true teammate does. He just straight up ints just to make sure that his teammates look good.
And I'm putting Harpoon with me to make the gap between him and Ryzen's KDA even larger. So the next time we'll be like, oh my god, Ryzen has quadruple as much KDA as the second place. He must be so good, this guy. Oh, this guy is so good. He's so consistent. Everything for the team.
I love it so much. Afroboy, we so love having you on these interviews with us. Please keep winning so we can have you here more often, okay? Make
Don't
it a
worry.
promise.
Wait, how much? I think it's 5 more times. 5 more times. Until
Yeah,
playoffs, at least.
exactly, exactly.
I'll see you.
We'll see
See
you
ya.
around too. Thank you very much.
It's
Okay.
just what we needed. It's just what we needed.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good to see Afroboy back in our interview room, and well, hopefully we will see him another time and another time and another time, because it looks like Orbit and Anonymo are just on their way to make this perfect split a reality. But who is on the way to maybe win a game? Is it Cryptocraft because they just lost a few, or is it Team ESCA Gaming that know how it feels to lose a game? We will find out just after a short break.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
Tú de qué parte eres.
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Welcome back to Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. I hope you managed to catch your breath, to catch some rest, because yes, that was much of the week and of the season and of Ultraliga as a whole potentially. But we're not done for today. We have 2 more amazing matches, and right now the match before us promises to be rather interesting because we have Gripchocraft who have a lot to lose, and Team ESCA Gaming who have even more to lose.
I mean, this game is gonna show if there is any way that something is gonna happen for Team ESCA Gaming in this season. Because if not, they will lose here. They will just give up. They will just play till the end, and that's about it.
Yeah.
And if they win, it could spice things up. It could actually look like they are coming back in this game. I mean, there is a chance always.
Always. I fully agree with you. There is a chance that ESCA are going to win this game. Gripchocraft are neither the best nor the most stable team we have in the league right now. Last time when they met with ESCA, actually, I believe it was the only victory that ESCA had throughout this season. They managed to beat Gripchocraft. So there is a quite decent chance that ESCA are going to do that, especially if you consider that they are coming into this game with a new support. Again, we don't really know much about Dom Ponk, who's going to be the new support for them. We know that he was playing in Ultraliga Division 2, and again, before that, he was playing in NLC for some time, but that was a long time ago. Last time he played professionally, competitively, was exactly 1 year ago. He hasn't been playing since, I believe, March 2023. It's rather a big break to take, especially in such a fast-changing competitive scene. But honestly, ESCA can help they can take any help that there is at the moment. They are in a dire situation, 1-7. They need some changes, and maybe the support is going to be the change that's going to help them out.
Yeah, and I mean, something need to happen finally for them. And is the support change gonna be it? Tough to say. Supports are important part of the team, especially in the macro-wise, the rotation and everything else. Yes, but they need more than that. They need at least, like, I would say, a support the jungler change. No offense to Mazi, obviously, but I feel like those are, I would say, 2 most important lanes that you need. And that's it.
Yeah. Well, they've gone with a change so far. Maybe it's going to be enough. Maybe just one of the 2 components.
I mean, you play versus Gripchocraft. That is one of the most mid teams that you can possibly imagine in Ultraliga. They are not bad. They are not good as well. They are just in the middle of it. And I feel like they are very inconsistent as well. It's very draft dependent on them, how they play. If they play good, it's mainly because they have a draft advantage. If they play bad, it's mainly because they have there is a draft discrepancy. So I feel like it could work out for them. For sure it could, but we need to see them get the win in the good fashion. Like, if we are talking about both the teams, to be honest, because if I'm looking at the Gripchocraft, they need to win in the impressive fashion to make me believe that they could be a playoff contender. If I look at Team ESCA Gaming, same thing. They need to win in the impressive fashion to make me look like they could win more games. Simple as that.
I don't like making statements like that, but I feel like considering the placement of both of these teams in the standings right now, they are not, unfortunately, the playoff contenders. Considering there are only 4 spots for 8 teams, and they are the last 2 teams we have, it doesn't look like their chances of getting to the playoffs are high. I would need somebody else to calculate it, but the chances are not 0. There is a slight possibility that suddenly they start skyrocketing from now on and get into the playoffs. But it's gonna be very hard for both of them. Even for Gripcho, yes, they are in a little bit better situation than ESCA, but there is only 1 victory that separates one from the other. Gripcho have 2 in their pockets. They won against Back to the Game in the very beginning of the season, week 2 it was, and they won against Back to the Game. Both of these, Back to the Game and devils.one, sorry. devils.one are a very inconsistent team as well. Back to the Game at the beginning of the season were suffering from the very same problem before they started their bootcamp that just ended recently. So I wouldn't say that these 2 victories that Gripcho have necessarily say that they are a better team than ESCA, because these victories were, yes, but situations.
I agree. And I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that if ESCA wins today, they will have the same score as Gripchocraft, because it feels like the like there's just so much of a difference between those two teams. It feels like Cryptocraft could be 4-4 right now, not 2-6, and somehow we are just at the point where it's completely different, and it feels like we will see who is about to win. It's the third Varus pick. 2 times he was picked, he lost. Now it's maybe the third time is a charm. Who knows? I'm not sure about that. I felt like the last time was the time to win. Harpoon was very much ahead. He was looking very good, and well, maybe now Fetsky will be able to do it.
It's blue side Varus. Previous 2 times today it was red side Varus, so maybe the side switch is the answer. It's still going to be the Varus Ezreal, pretty much the handshake that we have these days, paired up with the Sinjao on the side of ESCA. When it comes to the bans, we have the usual, the Brent ban, by the way, is the first ban from Gripture, Azir and Korotkiy, and ESCA decided that they don't want to see Rumble, Maokai, and Kama today. Again, everything totally understandable.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are the picks gonna be for Cryptocraft right now? Nautilus could be the answer. Anything but Heimer, basically, at that point could be the answer. Yeah, it is gonna be Nautilus picked, so that is a good pick towards Varus as well. Same thing, like a lot of CC happening, a lot of like basically a CC chain that could be even a Syndra for Furby would make sense to me. You can blind it easily, or a jungler. Both are good. Huey is gonna be picked for Furby, so that's yeah, that's interesting. And I mean, Braum is gonna be the third pick most likely. I mean, Braum makes sense. You have a lot of engage from ESCA point, right? You have Xin, you have from Gripchev's point, I wanted to say, but it's gonna be Leona. Like, why do you pick Leona, Ezreal versus Varus, Nautilus? You still lose at 2v2. If you pick Braum, you can at least try to fight for it, like in the mid game, but that's weird.
They want more engage. They want more engage maybe later for the team fights, but also it provides them with some possibility to have things started on the bot lane. It could be the case for them that maybe they want to rotate Sinjao totally towards the bot side of the map, towards the bot lane, and then he is going to have a really nice leash in the face of Leona. That way, I can see the justification. Plus, to be fair, Leona is in a pretty good spot right now, so she's a good support. You might want to pick her.
Yes, she is a good support, but I feel like it would be just way better to have someone else. Like, she definitely can be valuable thing for you, but I feel like if you play versus such a big amount of engage, like on the group just side, it would be better to have Braum on your team, because he's always able to just make your life easier with his shield and just, you know, just help out in the very important points of the game.
Totally. Or another problem here is that Leona wants to be an engager, together, honestly, with Sinjao. The problem I'm seeing right now is that both Varus and Huey are going to be very long range. They're going to be really far away from ESCA, and so far ESCA don't really have anything to try to match the range that is available to Gripture. Maybe they're going to somehow fix it with their mid lane pick, but if you look even at the bounce, Orianna is the first ban from the side of Gripture. Aatrox is going to be the second, while ESCA decide to target the top side of the map with Jax and Vi removed by them.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just honestly looks good right now for Team ESCA Gaming. Let's see what the fourth pick is going to be, because Leona, yeah, I could see a better pick for them, but I feel like the fourth pick Cassante is kind of casual, but if you pick Cassante, you don't have that much damage. You have Ezreal as the pokey champion, you have Xin, who is like meh, and yeah, basically the rest is just a medium sort of pack.
I have a feeling that the only thing I've heard about Donpunk is that he has a specific champion pool. For example, he plays Janna, but I think Leona is one of his favorite champions as well. Maybe that answers why they decided to go into Braum. It's not about what's best for the team, it's about what's most comfortable for the player. And honestly, quite often it works very well. It's especially if the player is new for the team. Just put him on something you know he's gonna feel comfortable on.
Yeah, and Rel is gonna be picked as another pick. It's gonna be Rel jungle, as we know already. Not a good win ratio today because she also lost the last game. So maybe this is the thing. Just pick the champs that lost last game. Now you will make sure that they get a better win ratio just statistically, right? Fiora is the one that actually won the game today because obviously Kozi was playing it, and it's gonna be Fiora for Mietek as the answer towards Cassandra. And what is gonna be the last pick from Buffy? I mean, we know that he loves to play Jace, right? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised just to see a Jace in the mid lane versus this way. But the question is, can you really play? I mean, you can play Jace versus Wei, but is it really that valuable? Talia sounds better, but it's still not perfect. So if they pick Talia,
where is the damage?
Exactly, that's the question that I wanted to ask you. Like, there's not a lot of damage from Team ESCA game.
There is so much setup, so much utility, but no damage to throw on top of that. I don't like the draft from ESCA whatsoever. They need to get Jujiler really ahead if they want to have any sort of consistent damage, because Grapeshot, again, Varus and Hui sniping the enemies from afar with a lot of damage. Up close, Fiora is gonna get on top of them, and true damage is gonna be insane. ESCA,
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's just very weird right now. Like the way they drafted it. Looks like they are kinda in the spot where they want to do something crazy. Like, for example, try to go for a, I would say, like early, very, very fast, how do you call it, like very fast snowball into the mid game, and then if you get the snowball into the mid game, it makes a lot of sense because you can snowball this comp. It's not like you can't. It's not like you're in the spot where you have to give everything up. Yes, you can, but I feel like it's a weird spot, honestly. It's a weird spot because it's good. We know that ESCA likes to play slow. If you play slow with this sort of comp, you're gonna run out of air very, very fast.
Yeah, you're not right. You're not getting anywhere. This is not a marathon that you can win, honestly. If ESCA starts slow, they're gonna end slow at their own base, watching their Nexus getting destroyed. There is not major scaling that they can look into and hope that it's going to come. There is nothing of that sort, honestly. I just really dislike the draft from ESCA. If they win today, we get somebody from them on the interview, I'm gonna ask questions about what was the idea behind it. But for now, I would not flip my coin and change my prediction. I would still go with Grapeshot.
Fortunately for you, Solari, I wouldn't count on it. I feel like it's not like, we give them 25% or 30% chance. I would be more like 95-5 or 90-10 after this draft, and I feel like it's Grapeshot who we want to see like get back into the game, basically get back into the season, get back into whatever they aim for, because they need it. They desperately need it.
They desperately need it. Frankly, both of them desperately needed Kasper. Let's put it straight. Both of them really need a victory right now. But ESCA, of course, are in a more dire spot, and they need the victory more than ever. Because if they lose this one, they're going 1-8, and with only 4 weeks left in this split. Yeah, 4 weeks left. There is no time for them to bounce back. They might find themselves in the situation where their chances are just completely gone for them for good.
Yeah, and currently,
sorry,
3 weeks. I mean, that's
1, 2, 3. Yeah,
that's not a lot.
That's even less than I thought. Yeah, that's not good.
And I know from my experience that I've had, it's the worst possible thing that can happen to you, that that the season is in 3 weeks, you're gonna be after the season, and still it just feels like you still are not even close to where you want to be.
Where do they want to be there? I mean,
Well,
obviously
they want
every
to
team
get at
wants to
least
be in the
one win.
playoffs. Okay, fine. That's a little bit more realistic. I'm so sad with this whole discussion, honestly. I wish the best for ESCA, and same for Grapeshot. I wish the best for them as well. But it's just so sad to see the teams that struggle to find their footing and to find their voice throughout the whole season.
I mean, don't you want to, you have to take one thing at a time, right? You cannot even think about getting 3 wins in a row. Just one thing at a time, get one win, and then we can see what happens. I mean, to be fair, I would say that Buffy has a lot of chance to do a lot of damage if he played First Strike, but he's not playing First Strike. He's playing Face Rush.
Okay. That's bold.
I mean, if you want to run away faster, yeah, that makes sense.
You hit and run, the usual tactics of the mid laners. I mean, It makes sense against the laner who's going to outrange you, honestly. I can see how it can make sense. You hit, and yes, exactly, after that you want to run away, because you're probably not winning this one either way. God damn it, I'm not convinced with Taliyah mid lane pick. I'm just trying to see why. Usually Taliyah pick on the melee makes a lot of sense when there is a lot of mobility on the enemy team, but there is Lula Symbiatic, and that's it.
Yeah, plus you don't really have prio lanes that will allow you to just dive for free, right? It's not like you're gonna be able to dive for free, really. Yes, you can try to dive, but you don't really have that much setup with Azriel on the bottom side. It's like, yeah, you can try, but that's about it. And Buffy right now, he's getting hit a lot. Like, those traits are not looking good for him. Yeah, we need to remember he still has his potions. There are still cookies, but, well, cookies won't save your life.
Says who?
I say it. I mean,
okay, Buffy.
I love cookies.
Too.
I love cookies. Honestly, I feel like
doesn't?
cookies could. Cookies. I mean, they work when you want to hit up a girl and impress her, but they don't work in League of Legends. It doesn't work this way. Sorry, gentlemen. I know maybe you thought otherwise, but yeah. And I heard it also works when girls want to impress men. It's just make cookies, honestly.
Or girls and boys. Honestly, it works either way. Just make some cookies. Everybody's gonna be impressed, but probably not mid laner.
Well, Muzzy hits his W. Mietek doesn't have a flash. He has his ghost, and that should be enough to get him into the safety. But yeah, you have to press your ghost very fast. You gave up a priority over the lane. You will have to waste your TP as well. So there are a few informations that are not good for Cryptocraft in that department. Looking at the bright side, though, they were able to at least push a huge wave on the bottom side, make some priority, put some vision down, and yeah, Gilar stopping the recall. That's always a nice feeling when you know that you stopped the recall. It's always like a dopamine rush that rushes to your body, right? Like, it's like, yeah, I did it.
Yes,
now his life is miserable.
That's why I play Swain. It is so satisfying to stop somebody's recall with your W from the other side of the map. Love it. I don't need to deal damage. I don't need to kill. I just need to do exactly that.
That's true. Also, Swain is this sort of funny champion that you can always try to maybe use your W as, even when you're far away and someone is pushing your tower, if you use a W, it makes them less confident and they just want to run away. I at least I discovered that when playing Swain, that when they see a W from Swain, they're like, okay, I just give up. I don't want to do anything.
Yeah, they would do anything in order to not give you a stack. And it makes sense because you don't want to give him stacks, but at the same time, you achieve so much. Like, you can sacrifice a stack or two, right? We're digressing. There is no Swain in this game. And unfortunately, I'm gonna cry. The season is almost over and I haven't seen a single Swain. I need to, like, sleep into Royson's DMs or something.
I mean, yeah, just do it like Narmin does, right?
Exactly. Hello, Royson. You are such a good mid laner and I value you so much.
Yeah,
Can you please pick Swain just once?
I mean, we know that he has some picks hidden from himself. Like, he can always try to pick Aurelion, and he's just gonna maybe game change everything that is happening. But yeah, ESCA. Okay, they pushed bot, they pushed mid, they go for a Drake, and now we can see a game plan. It's a good thing because I'm not accustomed to seeing ESCA with any sort of game plan. Now we can see game plan. They want to stack Drakes. It's a 6 minute, they get the first Drake, not just a Drake, it's a Mountain Drake, so life of Buffy will be a little bit easier. You always will get this additional magic resistance. The second Drake will be, I have no clue what will it be because I don't see it on the left side of our screen. Do we know what will? Can we see Xian Zhao? He's somewhere close to the.
Wait. If we can't see it, it's most likely the Chem Drake. Could be a Hex Drake as well, but most likely it's Chem Drake. Either of the two break the score for the Drakes.
Yeah, and well, ESCA would love to get any solo kills. Honestly, what's the last time you've seen anyone from Team ESCA Gaming to get a solo kill?
Good question. I wouldn't be able to tell you, unfortunately. I don't remember. But it's not because it's ESCA bad, it's because my memory bad. Sorry, but it's true. I forget silly things so easily. I guess I'm getting old.
Yeah, are you getting old?
I am. I mean, I'm not getting younger, last I checked.
How old are you, by the way?
27.
You're 27?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're old. Then.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna. I'm just honest.
That's not the answer I expected. But how old are
You're
you?
27. I'm 24.
Bro.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm 24. 25 in a month.
Baby. You're a
Yeah,
baby.
thank you. Thank you. I get that a lot. Okay, Lulas. I mean, stop the recall? No, it's not gonna happen.
Not worth it.
I mean, he's gonna TP. Diving after a TP could be a good thing to do, but yeah, he's almost full house, so that's not gonna happen. And you have a Fiora on top side, right? So yeah, that's definitely not gonna happen.
Yeah, it would. I wouldn't want it to happen, honestly. So yeah, good for Crypto that they don't want it to happen either. They have 3 grabs so far. No Drakes, but 3 grabs. It's at least something. We still are being denied to see what the next Drake is going to be. It's so close yet so far. Just there, just above the corner. But we can't see it, unfortunately. Maybe soon, because Furby and Lulos are rotating towards the bot lane. They can do it rather fast thanks to the movement speed from Furby. And they want to have some things happening. Hextech, that's the answer.
And well, Hextech, that's a good solve for ESCA. That's a way they can get back into this game and... Well, sorry, I couldn't focus. I had to get over the fact that you're 27. I still can't. Like, it's just you look like 22, by the way.
Thank you.
That's a good thing.
That's, I guess, I don't know. They still don't sell me alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, ESCA gameplay look like... It's a tough way to answer, because if I say 20, it's an insult. If I say 1-year-old, it's an insult as well. So maybe I won't finish up the sentence.
Yeah,
I can finish up that. What? Okay, it doesn't matter how old it is. This is fresh.
Take it. The moment you try to insult
Yes,
ESCA
sir.
again, they throw it right back at you. Really nice speak up for them for the
Okay,
bottom.
I
Really
just
nice
have
speak
to
up
do
for
it again.
Israel.
Yeah, I just have to do it again.
Apparently, I wouldn't like
Yeah.
you to do it, but if it works.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to finish up.
Oh,
prediction. I mean, yeah, that's a nice poke from Furby, but I mean, to be fair, I feel like Hui is such a new champion. I still don't think there's a lot of players that can really play him. I don't mean that Furby can't. I mean that there are a lot of players that still cannot play him to the full of his abilities, because he's actually a little bit of a complicated champion. It's
A
not
little
like,
bit?
he's...
I mean, he's not Aphelios levels, but he's pretty close.
No, I feel like actually Aphelios is way easier than to play, honestly. Like, I mean, yeah, you have to know some of the things, but yeah, we will talk about it in a second, because it looks like ESCA wants to fight right now, and they will find the fight. Buffy is there. He does have his Q up. They will force the flash from Lulas, and, well, that's gonna be a nice thing for ESCA Gaming. They will be able to get at least additional Void Grabs.
I'm a little bit worried with the fact that they're leaving Fatsky alone on the bot lane, because the guy's farming, the guy's gonna get some turret plates as well. But I love that ESCA are getting Void Grabs. They are denying the 6 grab situation for Gravetrap. They're gonna get 3 grabs of their own. It's not too bad, I would say. It was a pretty nice exchange, actually. They are getting something on the map very slowly, which is very in line with what ESCA are usually having as an approach towards their games. But still, it's something, it's good, we take it, we see what's next.
Exactly, and Furby right now, he will be able to push the mid wave. Oh, he will be able to even stop the recall from Don Pong.
Nice.
That's actually such a funny name, Don Pong,
Yeah.
almost like ping pong.
Yeah,
Same thing.
I don't know what it references or just what the idea is behind. Would be really
I don't
fun
know.
to ask.
But
actually.
if you have
But
Don,
it sounds good.
if you have Don at the start, it almost sounds like Don Corleone, so it's kind of badass,
Exactly.
you know?
Yeah, exactly. You can put anything after Don, and it's still gonna sound better.
Yeah,
I think
imagine
maybe
if
the
I-
whole name is the proof.
Yeah, Don Kasper, for example. Jesus Christ, what? I should.
Why
yeah, I
aren't
should-
you Don Kasper?
Yeah, I should tell that to my parents. Maybe then I would sound a little bit better than just Kasper. But, well, who's gonna sound good on top side? Because it looks like Mietek is trying to run away. He does have his ghost up, but he doesn't have his life up. It's gonna be a second kill for Team ESCA Gaming. Now that's good. Now we are talking.
Well, frankly, now he doesn't have either Ghost or his life. Very unfortunate for him on the top lane. Very good for ESCA. 0-2 already is the score between the teams. They have 1 Drake. They have 2 kills. They have the push on the top lane. Quite some money into the pockets of Dizzle. Very nice for him. He needs more items because he's just sitting on a component after component after component, which is not enough.
Yeah, and I mean they need a little bit more than that. They need. I mean, to be frank, Team ESCA Gaming also need to get like a little bit better because The real reason why I feel like ESCA are not a top contender for us right now, it's not, you know, I like to make fun a little bit, but I don't mean it. I always like, you know, like bait around a little bit and so on. But look at that. They are 2-0. So you would think, oh my god, they are so good. But they are setting up plays very well. They are really setting up plays very well. You can see it here. Desolina baited out the ultimate. Now he fights 1v1. He was winning this fight even before Muzzy shows up. Then Muzzy shows up. He gets the kill. And we know the rest of the story. But the issue is not how they set up things. The issue is the fact that look at how behind they are in terms of farm. Let's look at the top side. It's 20 minions. Let's look at the middle. Let's look at the middle. It's even right now, but it's still like 3 minions towards Gripchocraft. So it's also an additional gold towards them. Let's look at the bot side. It's 17 minions. Like those things are mainly because you just pick some weird things. For example, you could have picked Braum, you picked Leona, you could have picked something else. I know they got a kill with Leona, but still, like, I just feel like there are many draft mistakes that ESCA are making that could be avoidable, but they are just not avoiding him yet.
I agree with you. I am on the same page here. Unfortunately, I just really don't like the draft from ESCA, but I have to echo you on the sense that they set up the plays really well. They're doing it again with Mierek, but he should be able to get away. That's not it this time. But there is a Herald on top of the map. They take out the ultimate from Mierek, and they're fine because it's 2 of them right now here. They can rotate towards the Herald. They can take it. Nobody from the enemy team is around to stop them, except if Mierek really wants to try. But please go for the Herald. Please.
I mean, Buffy does have his ultimate up, so he can always try to join the team. Furby with Lulas, they will push the mid wave, but obviously he will be able to catch it. And who is gonna have the advantage in the Herald fight? It looks like it's gonna be an advantage towards Gripchocraft, because Mietek is winning in topside right now, so yeah, that's most likely gonna happen. Yeah, Desolina needs to get back, he cannot fight here, but let's look at Herald. What is happening on the Herald side right now? Okay, Gripchocraft, yeah, they are starting it up, and it looks like ESCA, there's nothing they can do about it. Jiller is getting something done on the bot side, but that's not enough at all.
Yeah, especially now since Furby is going to sacrifice the teleport to go to the bot lane to stop him from getting the turret. If it was a turret, it would have been at least some sort of an exchange for ESCA, but I really dislike this move around the Herald, to be honest. They give it up, and it's a pretty important Herald, and they don't get anything in return. Maybe they're going to get their revenge at the Drake, because in less than 2 minutes, the Drake is going to be up. But with the Herald in the pockets of Crypture, they can use it to push through the mid lane. The mid lane turret is still standing pretty strong on the side of ESCA, but with Herald, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to make it a little bit different.
Yeah, it shouldn't, and now ESCA. Muzzy is face checking, but yeah, it's versus Dancer and Lulas, so even if he got hit, it's like, it's still okay.
Ouchie. Just a little
I mean,
bit.
it's important that Jiller got a kill, honestly. I mean, it's like, it's important because he is your main damage source. Like, you don't have a lot of damage. I mean, yeah, there's Talia, you know, if she is able to hit
I'm
her
sorry, I
W,
just like Talia a little bit. I like her into specific comps as an answer. She's great as a counter pick, but just as a pick into a comp that already doesn't have much damage, I can't be a fan. I'm sorry.
Okay, and I get it. I used to like Talia, but now she's kind of boring to play. I feel like that just her concept is just so easy. Like, she's really easy to play. Also, like, if you are a new player to League, you can pretty easily learn Talia, and use her ultimates pretty easily. I remember that my first jump was Alice when I was trying to learn League, and that was a horrible decision.
Oh my god,
that was the worst decision I made, and it looks like Desolina is about to make another wrong decision, but he's fighting 1v1. He's actually outplaying it. Also, the ultimate from Dancer will buy him some time, but that was so close. Nice try from Desolina. He almost made it work.
Desolina really steps up in this game. You gotta give him to him. He had a really nice fight. Was it not for so many members of Gripture joining that fight on the top lane, he would have taken this kill solo. Even 1 versus 2, he still would have taken it. But yeah, they bring in all the forces, and they have a really nice push through the top lane now.
Yeah, it's gonna be tier 2 taken as well, and now Gripture back in business. Don't tell me it's gonna be another charge. Is it gonna be another charge? No, it's not gonna happen. So that's good information for ESCA. The fact that they are able to get this Herald to stop. They will also get the Drake. It's an Ocean Soul. So yeah, this soul is gonna be very valuable for them. It's not gonna help them in the damage department, but yeah, it's gonna help them a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, like there is here. Hasn't been supported yet, I believe, into any of the wards. But he decides not to overextend and he just gives away the Drake. Interestingly enough, while this fight in the top lane was happening, ESCA were trying to contest the mid lane turret and they still couldn't open it up. They lost so much on the top lane, and again, it's not the case for them. They lose something on the top lane despite it being a really good fight for Desolane up until the very end, and they cannot find an answer. They're struggling to find anything else on the map.
Yeah, and ESCA right now, I mean, they have Leona as the tanky member of the team, so they can always wait it out, try to make sure that she is frontlining. To be fair, I mean, there's a lot of things that team comp of ESCA doesn't have, but they definitely have some frontline.
Oh yeah.
Cassandra, Xi,
And
and
abundance.
Leona.
Yeah. That's true. They all need items though, especially Leona. Without the items, it's a little bit hard as the damage is getting harder on the department, on the side, sorry, of Cryptocraft. But yeah, definitely a lot of tankiness from ESCA. Maybe that's something you try to tap into because there is a lot of burst damage, but not really too much of a consistent anti-tank damage just yet.
Okay, how tanky is Don Pong? Is he really a Don? Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, he's a Don. He's a very Don.
He's Don. He's just, yeah, he got hooked and he's like, yeah, I mean,
so what?
Not a big of a deal. I'm just chilling. And yeah, right now, I mean, looking at it, the one guy who is chilling and he's making the most of it is Buffy.
Ay, that was close.
Yeah, that was close. And
I wasn't even worried for Dumpunk, but Jujiller was still around, so I think it could have been, you know, catch Dumpunk, but then from him bounce onto Jujiller and get him down, because nobody really needs to get Dumpunk down. He has a lot of control, but it's not like he's the main character in this game, unfortunately. It is Jujiller who deals the damage, and Grapeshot need to take him down in the fights.
yeah, and Don Pong, it looks like he wants to force the tier 1, and he will be able to do it, but will he have to pay with his life? He's buying some time.
No
He's
way!
donkey. And well, the TP from the Zelina is a little bit late, but it's enough to get a kill, to get a tower, to get behind. That's perfect.
Right, 2 kills for Ezreal so far. Nobody died in this exchange, even though Dumpunk looked like he was close to it, but I don't think he felt like he was close to it. He was like, yeah, totally normal Tuesday evening for a Leona player. He has Solari now, great item, great name, so, you know, he's going to be even tankier than before. He tanks so much here, and yeah, he goes down, but it's not enough to take him down, and look at how nicely he gets out of it on his Q, on his soul. Beautifully done. And now it is a 20th minute in the game. The score is still 1-3. We expected the previous game to be slow. This one turns out to be the slowest one so far, I would say. But we'll see. Maybe things will get a little bit accelerated towards the third Drake, maybe, because ESCA will be sitting on the soul point if they take the next one.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like, even though this game is slow, yeah, that's true, but still, I feel like so far it's looking pretty decent for them. Like, like looking at ESCA at least, it's way better than what I was expecting from them. It looks like at least they really did get back in this game from what we've been seeing so far, and especially Jiller. 8.5k in gold right now. Buffy also in the strong point. I still have some damage concerns. I feel like it's like not a lot of damage, but to be fair, Cryptocraft's comp is not tanky at all. So if you're not even that far behind, I mean, tanks do damage versus non-tanks opponents. So yeah, that's also okay. So maybe, I mean, like you said, maybe we will be able to at least ask them some questions if they win and they get into the interview. We will see about that, because so far it's looking good for them, but this game is far from that.
The thing is, this game can accelerate in different directions, because Ezreal is getting items, Varus is getting items as well. Hui is getting items, and Hui is getting the scaling in, and Hui is going to hit like a truck towards, so far towards the non-tanky members of ESCA, and he has enough range to also justify for doing exactly that. I am not sure if going later in the game, ESCA are going to find much damage scaling on their side. They're going to get tankier, they're going to get buffier, it's going to get harder to cut through them. But I'm not sure if they will have enough to cut in return. Again, we will have to see about that. But so far, I'm still not. I'm still struggling to find a way for ESCA to fight out of this game, especially now that Furby has Liandry's as the second item. That's what I really wanted to see in his pockets, which means some anti-tank damage is also starting to hit the pockets of Gritcha.
Yeah, and right now it's looking very, very good for Team ESCA Gaming, at least in the terms of who is going to take control of this river, right? It looks good for them, but let's look at the items. It's 2 items for Varus, it's 2 items for Furby, like you said, Solari. They are also getting into the stronger points, so the question is, what are Craft gonna do about this Drake being done right now by ESCA, because they are just doing it, and they are doing it quite heavily. Yeah, it's gonna just be done, and there's nothing Crypto can do about it. They can even look for the fight. Team ESCA Gaming, obviously, and they will. They will find Dancer, they will find Root, they will find the stun as well. Muzzy is following up, but Buffy is burning alive. That was so much damage by Furby. And unfortunately, that engage is cut short by Craft. Wow, Furby has a lot of damage with these two.
He does. Oh, Mietek and Dizzle are gonna happen. Are gonna meet each other again in the jungle. Just so gonna happen. Mietek got the turret on the bot lane in the same time, by the way. So you got something out of this whole exchange in the end. But Mietek might be in danger, or he's not. He's Fiora. He doesn't care.
Yeah, this Fiora is pretty strong though. 2 items already. We know what happens when Fiora is on 3 items. We already saw that today, so yeah.
Oh yeah. It's the total destruction of everything that moves on the map, and if it doesn't move, it's still gotta be destructed because Fiora simply stops caring about anything whatsoever. It is not Eclipse like we saw in the previous Fiora today, but it makes sense here because again, ESCA is so tanky. No sense of buying Eclipse against them because you're pretty much reducing the amount of people who you're going to successfully deal damage to 2 members of the enemy team, and that's not what you want to do as Fiora. You want to be effective against everybody in this team comp.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense to go for Triforce in this one because it feels like it gives you a lot of stats, and even though if you don't go for a Hull Breaker, this Fiora is gonna be a monster on the sidelines. Because, like, there's no one who can basically play against her. Yeah, you can try to put Buffy in there, and he's gonna be strong, but Fiora has this uncanny ability to just straight up run through you, and, well, speaking of running through someone, Mietek is trying to do that right now, but he is losing this trade. He doesn't know it yet, but yeah, he's still losing it. He's chasing Desolina, that's for sure, but Desolina is doing a good work of trying to buy some time, trying to play around the cooldowns of Mietek, and Mietek cannot push for free. He can try to push the minions onto the tower, but Desolina will be always able to just stay in front of the tower and try to buy himself some time.
The Frost Gauntlet helps Desolina so much in that sense, because you can see with every boink that he's delivering to Mietek, he's slowing that Fiora down. That's everything you want against Fiora. You want to slow her everything down, her movement speed, her attack speed, everything, and he's doing already part of that, and that's more than enough for him to survive.
Yeah, and that's an interesting ultimate from Buffy. Dancer, he can look for engage, but he's not winning this one. Definitely not alone. And we have a fight on 2 fronts right now, on the top side and here. And Fetsky, he's caught off guard. He's trying to run away, but he won't be able to run away. He shouldn't be able to run away, but somehow he's buying himself some time. He almost made it out, but he will take Jiller with him. That's a huge shutdown in the wave of Craft. Furby is here, and Furby is getting what he needs. 2 assists for him, a double kill for Fiora. And now this Fiora is gonna be a monster. She is gonna do really a lot, and have fun side laning versus her.
Exactly. Have fun doing anything. That's gonna be a nice recall from Mietek after a double kill to get more items into the pockets. That's gonna be level 16, by the way, pretty soon for Mietek as well, which is gonna be another nice power spike for him. But overall, this fight, it looks dire for Fetsky, and don't get me wrong, it is dire in the end for Fetsky, but it's again Craft who are getting more as a result of an exchange than ESCA, even though ESCA seem like they're in a good spot in the beginning. They overstep, trying to go for Fetsky, trying to go for kills, but they have no vision whatsoever. They lose Dancer and okay, that's Crypto who lost Dancer, so in the end it's a little bit better. I didn't notice Dancer dying, to be honest, because it was pretty much on the other side of the Craft's jungle. It makes things a little bit better, but when I look at Mietek, at this 2-1 Fiora, I'm still very worried for ESCA's base.
Yeah, that's definitely one argument. I mean, this Fiora is gonna be an issue, and there's gonna be someone that will need to take care of her. Plus, she's gonna be doing a lot of damage, and when you have Varus, Fiora, and Hui on your team, that's a lot of damage, even versus these tanks. So we will see who is gonna be able to get themselves a win. Donk he's hitting. Oh my god, he was hitting the ward, and now he's caught off guard. He's 1v3. He's tanking all of the damage. He's still half of health. He's so tanky, but he was just not able to do anything else. That's the second death of his life here. And well, now Team ESCA Gaming, they wanted this Drake so desperately, and it's gonna be so hard to do without their support. They just have to give it up.
They have to. Without the support, they're pretty much in a 4 versus 5. Do Grip want to force them into a further fight though, because they totally can.
Well, this fight, Dancer, I mean, it looks like he will make it out alive somehow, but the rest of the team, I mean, it could actually look good for Team ESCA Gaming, but as I'm saying that, Mietek is just doing the work on the sidelines, and Gripchocraft, they will take tier 2, they will take the Drake, and it looks like slowly but surely they are taking grip of this game.
By the way, Eclipse was the 3rd item in the end for Fiora. Interesting enough. Okay, still no Hullbreaker, but honestly, the lack of Hullbreaker is not the thing that is stopping Mietek from being madly effective on the side lanes. Honestly, nothing is stopping him from being madly effective on the side lanes. He just keeps split pushing, especially favoring the bot lane, and you can see why. There is a Baron up on the map, and with Gariptra having quite a nice advantage in their hands already and winning the last fights with ESCA, it would make total sense if they wanted to try and force this Nashor as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they are very strong right now. Interesting build from Lulas. He went to Frozen Heart into the Zeke Convergence. I mean, it makes sense because as you use your ultimate, I mean, this burning is gonna give you a lot. So, and it's also a cheap item, so you hit your power point pretty fast. And yeah, I mean, I like it overall. I'm not a fan of Zeke Convergence. I never was a fan. I was usually a hater of this item, but it feels like on Rel it just makes a lot of sense.
It's a slow on top of another slow. Rel already deals some nice slow to the enemies with her ultimate, but now it's a slow to the auto attacks of the enemies at the Frozen Heart, and then Zeke just generally slows them in general. So yeah, it's a nice build. I can see why it's there.
Yeah, and now there's Lina fighting 1v1, but he's level behind Mietek. Now he's in control. Now he's in control, and he is definitely, yeah, just doing what this Fiora is supposed to be doing. There's nothing Desolina can do. He can try to ult, he can try to buy some time, but Mietek is just running through him, point after point, and Mietek does it! Under the tower, it doesn't matter. This Fiora is doing the work. And now Donpong, he's caught off guard, he's tanky, but he's not tanky enough to win this fight for Team ESCA Gaming. Support is dead, and now they are all about to be as Muzzy and Buffy left standing. Muzzy is dead, almost, and now it's Buffy, the last one, trying to make it work, trying to run away. He will! But what life is that, as Fiora is ending the game? It's gonna be the end in such a fashion. Gripchocraft, it wasn't a pretty win. It wasn't amazing, like, in terms of the action. But it was definitely interesting.
Oh, it was for sure. Honestly. It was, strange. It did feel like ESCA had their moments when they could win. It did feel like ESCA were not doing too bad. They were not finding major victories, and some of their macro decisions were kind of questionable. But they were having good fights, and their top lane was feeling fine. And then they overstep in the enemy jungle. They give away a double kill to Fiora, and everything crumbles because Fiora straight on finishes the game.
I mean, honestly, this Fiora. I mean, you said you were worried about the game. You were worried about the base of what is happening in, obviously Team ESCA Gaming base. I mean, there was a reason you were supposed to be worried with this Fiora being there. I mean, she was a monster.
Yeah, the moment that Fiora gets the kill there in the bot lane and doesn't get killed by the last turret shot, I'm like, is Mietek just gonna go and straight up blow up the enemy nexus? And boy, he did exactly that. He went and straight on blew up the enemy nexus.
Yeah, and honestly, he did something he was supposed to do. To be fair, Gripchocraft, like I said, the beginning was quite rough, but as they go on and on and on, it just looked better and better, and they were able to get this win, an important win, to be still
Yes.
in the contenders for playoffs.
It's still gonna be a miracle for Group G to make it, to be honest. Now this miracle is getting a little bit more real for them because they are 2-6. They're getting closer to Animals. For example, if Animals throw their next game today, they would be almost at the same spot. So for Group G, yeah, the chance is there. It is a slight one, but I love that it still exists for them.
Yeah, I totally agree. And from what I know, I think we have an interview ready, and it's gonna be with. If I'm correct, I could be wrong, but it's gonna be with Input, who is a Gripchocraft manager, if I remember correctly, a guy who is responsible for this roster, a guy who was able to create this team, one of the guys at least. And Input, tell me, how are you feeling? Because it looked like your team did exactly what you wanted them to.
Like, it was a hard time for us, basically. The last weeks was tough for everyone in this team. That's not unexpected what happened with us, because maybe some meteorite or something like that goes wrong. But now we are on good path. I hope we get a miracle for playoffs. We hope that. I will do my best, and every in team, I hope, will do best to get to this miracle and get to the playoffs.
Since your team was on pretty much a long lose streak for now, how is the team spirit? How is everybody in the team feeling now?
Like, team spirit works pretty good in our team. We work together on this. This is the most important thing for me, basically. To put them together all the time, even if we lose, if we have a lose streak. We play a lot of scrims. We have a lot of meetings about that. We try to figure out why we have a lose streak, what we can do better. And last week was more like meetings into meetings, that to talk about future weeks, that what we need to do, because we need extra fast wins. We don't have time to prepare something special. We just need to put the best effort for the next few days, and we will see what happened. So basically, team spirit is on good way. Atmosphere is pretty well.
And we know that atmosphere is well. That's very good. But I want to ask you about your role in the team, because there's a lot of misconceptions, I feel like, about what the manager is doing in the team. So I want to ask you specifically what the manager is doing in Gripchocraft, what you are doing in Gripchocraft.
Okay, so basically, at the start of the split, I'm the one who build the coaching stuff, who helps in the tryouts, who scout the players. Of course, with the coaching stuff, not only me. But after the roster building, I am the one who books scrims, who looks for scrim partners, especially maybe this split a bit lower teams from lower divisions of major URLs because of the loss of accreditation. But yeah, I'm the one who is the head of the team. I want to give the coaching staff space for only work with the players, not to care about scrims, booking some hotels or something like that.
So a lot of behind the scenes work, but usually that's
most
noticeable,
of
but the most
logistics
important.
things.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of very important work. Thank you for helping your team out so much, Input. And thank you very much for coming to this interview with us. As the tradition goes, in the end of the interview, you have your time to give any greetings or shout out to whoever you want to, even maybe in your native language. So you can do so right now.
Okay, so one most important thing for me, big heart for my girlfriend for tomorrow, Valentine's Day. All the best for my team, and all the best for you guys. Thank you for your time and having me here.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening yourself.
Thank you, and see you soon.
See you soon. Bye bye.
See you.
That was Input, and he definitely gave us some insight about the manager's work, and that's great to hear. And we will see if Gripchocraft will manage to get another win to get themselves into the interview. But for now, we will have to see who is going to win the hidden match of the week for me, at least. It's going to be Forsaken versus Iron Wolves. Definitely a banger game, so stay tuned. It's going to be the last game of today. You cannot miss it.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
And welcome back. I hope you're ready for another round of some good League of Legends, because speaking of decisive matches and good matches, we have more for you. Iron Wolves are going to try to take down Forsaken, or is it going to be the other way around? I don't know, but I can't wait to find out.
I mean, it's gonna be a 50-50 game for me. It's gonna be
Yeah.
really tough to predict who's gonna win, because on one side, Iron Wolves, yes, they are after a 0-2 week. It wasn't that easy for them, but on the other side, when we look at the Forsaken, their wins were also not that convincing. It's not like I watched Forsaken play and I'm like, okay, yeah, they are definitely gonna win. No, absolutely not. I feel like it's a 50-50 game, and the draft could have a lot in say on who's gonna win. We know that Forsaken loves to draft these early mid-game comps that are working pretty well for them. And Iron Wolves, on the other hand, they love scaling. So yeah.
They love scaling. They also love really crazy plays in the early game, even when not necessary. But they love scaling for sure. They also love playing against Forsaken, because these two already played with each other during the very first week, the second day of it, and Wolves actually took down Forsaken in that fight, and it was a rather interesting fight, to be honest. But the fact is, they won, and now Forsaken really want a rematch in which they are going to take the point back into their own pocket.
I mean, on it depends on how you look at it, right? Because from one side, yeah, but again, it's the day of the predictions where we are not together on this one, because you picked Forsaken, I picked Iron Wolves. It's gonna be. Actually, I'm gonna answer the question. Who do you like? What made you think to pick Forsaken in this one? Like, for sure, it was not like a random pick, and
No.
yeah, it was just something you had in mind. What was it?
So I think these teams are really close, but I think Forsaken are doing a little bit better because they lack this factor of absolute unpredictability that Wolves have. And it is, again, not a nice unpredictability that Wolves have. It's not like, oh, I don't know what crazy move they're going to pull today. It is, I don't know what to expect from them, because they can throw everything, or they can play nicely and very good, or again, they can absolutely throw everything. This inconsistency of the Wolves that hasn't seen any change throughout the season is really the thing that doesn't let me bet on them in this match.
Yeah, and it makes sense, but we need to remember that even though there were some tough times for Iron Wolves, it feels like, I mean, they can definitely do some work. We've seen it versus Zero Tenacity. Their draft was an issue. Like for Zero Tenacity, they had issue dealing with it. They were trying to do something, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to do it. And when we looked at what was happening, it just felt like everything is falling apart later on. And unfortunately, they have some better games. They have worse games. But to be fair, to be completely honest with you, it also feels like they are playing way better than they did play previously. They are making progress. We just cannot see it yet.
I'm not seeing enough of it to be convinced that they are a solid playoff contender right now. I would still argue that the Forsaken are in a slightly better spot. It is not a major difference between the teams. Even on the scoreboard, they sit super close. Forsaken are 4-4 and Wolves of 3-5, so it's only one victory or loss difference pretty much between the teams. But I still would say that Forsaken, to me, if I were to pick top 4 who are going to go into the playoffs right now, I would most likely, I would pick Forsaken to be one of those. For Wolves, I wouldn't do so. Not yet.
Really? You feel like okay.
Not yet. I want to see more from them.
Yeah.
I want. I listen. I love, despite what it might seem today, because we're having some crazy takes. I love all of the teams that we have in Ultraliga in this season, in their best and in their worst moments. I love them all equally. However, I have to look at Wolves and say that, yeah, this is the team that they are. They can be a better team, but I want to see them merge into this better team before I can say, yes, this is a top 4 team that we have. Now I see the potential, but I don't see it realized yet.
Okay, I actually feel completely the other way around. I feel like, yeah,
Okay.
Iron Wolves, yes, they are still making the mistakes, but I'm still not convinced with Forsaken. And the reason I'm not convinced with Forsaken is because they make so many weird mistakes when you think about it. Like, for example, they have almost a lead in every single game that we've seen so far. And somehow, even though they have these leads, they almost always blow them away. They still win games, but they blow them away somehow. I don't know how, but it's just it just happens. They just lose the
Mhm.
leads. That's what makes me very uncomfortable thinking about them. But well, maybe this draft will make me feel a little bit more comfortable with what they are cooking for us.
Maybe, quite possibly. Let's see what is happening. I also got to remind you that actually Forsaken had some games where they had a lot of lead, but then they threw it all down against both Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo. But in both of them, I would say it was because the better teams were better, not because Forsaken threw down the leads that they had. But the leads they were having were quite nice. I wonder if it's going to be the same in this game. So far, they are coming in with pretty nice bans. Forsaken on the red side are banning out Zac and Karma. Wolves don't want to see Kalista and Rumble today. Honestly, I don't want to see them either. So thank you very much, Wolves. Let's see what else the bans are going to bring and what Wolves are gonna decide to first pick for themselves. Is it again gonna be Maokai, Varus? What else do we have as first picks? Pretty much. Few were today as well, so either of the three.
Yeah, and now just looking at the bans, those are very interesting bans. We have Zac banned, which is interesting because Ariana was the one playing Zac, so now it's gonna be banned out versus him. We have Karma banned, which is not surprising. She's very, very strong right now. And let's see what the rest is going to be. The first picks open. Well, there are a lot of them. There's Varus, there's Maokai. It's going to be Maokai. The answer most likely from Forsaken is going to be Varus because of the first pick of Maokai. So yeah, it's going to be Varus picked most likely, I guess at least, with, I guess, Rel. Varus, Rel sounds like something that I would love to start with.
Yeah, Varus, Rel, then Ezreal, some support for Ezreal, and a mid laner for Forsaken, or jungler. Yeah, rather mid laner. And then we close the first rotation of the picks. The first picks are not really that spicy these days. We usually have to wait till the second rotation to see something interesting. Rather intriguing to me how Kalin is going to perform on that Maokai. I'm more used to seeing Kalin play more of a Elysian type champion, so more champions that want to be a little bit more close fist fight, you know, with the enemies. A little bit more proactive in the early game. But Maokai is a good team fighting champion overall, so I can see where it's coming from.
Yeah, and Misfortune would definitely be a little bit of a interesting thing. And well, Nautilus, I guess, would be a nice pair to that Misfortune. That would definitely work out. Leona is also one of the champions that works very well with Misfortune because she sets a lot of things up. Bard is an underrated pick, but if you want to pick Bard, don't pick it yet. So for me, if they want to pick support right now, pick Nautilus.
I would love Nautilus, to be honest. It's going to be so much setup and control for Wolves for the team fights. And it's going to be everything that Misfortune wants, because Misfortune is useless if there is nobody who's going to support her ultimate, who's going to control the enemies and make sure nobody interrupts the ultimate from Misfortune.
And this is what I like. They didn't go for Nautilus straight away. They want to bait out the support picks because they know we have Nautilus, we have Leona, we have Bard, we have 3 picks that are already good. They won't be able to ban all of them. So we are definitely in the good spot right now. Ravbin, he's in the spot right now where he wants to counter this way. It's going to be a 0 pick, so it's very good for him. And now from the bans that I want to see, it's going to be banned to top lane for Ariana. I guess Cassante would be this ban for sure. If I was banning in Forsaken team, I would ban out Cassante. Like, even though you're playing as Ariana, you're playing Cassante, you want to ban out Cassante versus Hesharo, or you want to pick Cassante as your R4. Both are pretty good. Velvet is gonna be banned, obviously. Obviously not surprising. He already picked it like last week, I believe. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I also would love to see the ban of Gwen against Heshiro. It usually comes as an owner ban whenever somebody's playing against Heshiro, but it also makes sense because Gwen in his hands is just incredibly strong. Literally 1v9ing everybody as Heshiro whenever Gwen is in his hands, so would not be surprised, to be honest, if it happens. But I totally agree with the top lane bans from the side of Forsaken. Ariana has an intensely big champion pool. He can deep into it and take out whatever he wants, even some really unconventional picks that we've seen already for the top lane. But for Wolves, for Heshiro, you might want to reduce that pool a little bit. Okay, they decide in the end that Kylin is going to be the priority for them. Belveth banned already, but Lee Sin is going to be the second ban from Forsaken. And Wolves are also banning out 2 junglers from the enemy. So Vi and J4 are going to be their bans. Really wonder if they think that Rel is going to the bot lane in the end.
Yeah, I feel like they do, or they just want to make her go to the bot lane. They stole Bart, which is an interesting one, but now obviously when you see Bart on the enemy team, you can go for Braum yourself. You can go for Braum. I mean, now it cuts down to Braum, Nautilus, and Leona, and I guess it's gonna be Renekton Nautilus. If I had to bet my life on it, I would go for Renekton Nautilus because I feel like those two are the most probable, with Nautilus being on top of that. It's gonna be Maokai top, Kindred jungle,
Maokai support. It's Maokai support.
or Maokai support. And now that's a huge flex because it opens up a possibility of going Kasante as well. And now that's what's gonna happen. Wow, that's a 200 IQ play from Iron Wolves.
I didn't expect that.
That's 200 IQ, like looking at the amount of engage, that's insane actually. That's so insane.
I like it. I'm a little bit worried that Miss Fortune is not going to get any resources whatsoever, but frankly, Miss Fortune is quite fine being, you know, a secondary carry, because the thing is, whenever a team picks Kindred, everybody needs to be playing around Kindred. Kindred suddenly becomes the main hero for the team. It's a Twisted Fate. Is it AD Twisted Fate?
It is AD Twisted Fate top.
I hope so. Oh, that's just wonderful. So
Yes.
Forsaken are forcing his hero on Xante into a ranged top laner who should do rather fine, at least pro 6. Ariana is going to be turbo fine on the top lane afterwards. Well, depends on how fast his legs move on that top lane. But Wolves though, can we go back to this Kindred for a second? Because Wolves really need to throw everything in the basket of this Kindred right now. They need to be playing around her. Odin needs to be constantly playing around Kylan. And I feel like this duo of Hui and Kindred has a lot of potential, because Hui can quite easily push his lane in and then support Kindred in the jungle, because obviously she will need, due to her nature, to invade the enemy jungle to try to get the stacks away. And I feel like this duo will be mobile enough and will have enough early game potential to have the fights and to secure those stacks for Kindred. And if the stacks are secured for Kindred, it's going to be a mighty good champion later.
Yeah, but they, like you said, Solari, they need to secure the stacks, as it's not gonna be that easy. Like when you think about it, it's you like Kindred needs to go to the enemy jungle like as early as possible, but you're gonna be playing versus Rel, who is a good jungler when it comes to fighting there. So if Rel shows up at the correct spot, in the right time, in the right place, it could mean trouble. It definitely could mean trouble for this Kindred. And now, well, that's the question. What are they gonna do? How are they gonna answer to that? What this Kindred is gonna be doing? A lot of questions, not a lot of answers.
I also now like the pickup of Bard for Forsaken even more, because Bard can help out not Kindred, sorry, but rather Rel in the jungle quite a lot against that Kindred actually.
Hello.
Oh, hello, dear foolish casters. Oh, hello, us. Okay, we're we're jumping back and forth, but it's fine. Let's get into the game, because I feel like Bard, thanks to the mobility this champion has, is going to help a lot to stop Kindred from getting the stacks. And if Forsaken succeed in stopping Kylan from snowballing with the stacks, everything's gonna be fine. Oh, Ariana.
I mean, he can use his flash, and that's nice, but that's already flashed, burnt, and... Well, it's a flash for Ignite, to be honest, so that's not the end of the world, but yeah, that gives you a lot. And Odin, is he gonna stop the recall? Oh my god, he's gonna stop the recall even more. He's gonna make his... He's not gonna do that. He gave me hope, and then he took it all away. That's brutal.
Odin give it, and Odin take it away. That sounds very Viking-ish. I like it.
I mean, it sounds like something that already happened. Like it happens in a way. Odin plays very well, and then he plays terrible, and then he plays very well, and then he plays terrible. It's like the history of the season so far, and it's a very important win, because if Iron Wolves don't get it, then they are gonna be pretty much behind in the season 3-6. That would not be good, but getting to 4-5 would be the same as Forsaken, and yeah, that would definitely make me feel like, they are doing some good work. And we need to remember, this is important for them. It's a head-to-head matchup versus someone who is gonna be trying to get into the playoffs contenders as well. So yeah, that's important.
Actually, it's interesting enough how you mentioned that Odin has good fights, Odin has bad fights. I have a feeling that out of the two new additions to Wolves, Odin is the most consistent one. It is Kylan that usually has me raise my eyebrows in a question that I'm never going to ask, because he makes strange moves sometimes. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to play in this Kindred. I love Kindred. when Kindred was just released, I would main her like crazy. It is a beautiful champion. She's really fun to play around, but you really need the whole team to play around Kindred. So I can't wait to see if Wolves are going to be the pack playing around the little lamp.
I mean, yeah, you need to get those stacks, right? I mean, as Kindred, you know yourself, sorry. Kindred is a good champ, but you need stacks. You need 4 stacks, you need 7 stacks, you need 10 stacks. The last time I remember I saw a very good Kindred, like a Kindred that left, like stayed in my memory, was definitely a Kindred from Selfmade in 2020 when he played versus, I believe it was Top Esports. He had like 12 stacks, I believe, in this game. And it was a pro game versus one of the best Chinese team ever. So
how did he do that?
yeah, he was just farming 24/7 and just he was just. I mean, team was definitely also setting him up well. Also, one of the good Kindred games, I believe. I don't remember who was. Yeah, it was Piyoshik, obviously, because Piyoshik is the name of the mark of Kindred in Korean. So yeah, he's like the ex-main of Kindred, and he did play. It was Kindred Galio. It was definitely one of the most interesting setups for Kindred that I have ever seen. Because if you set her up with Galio, Galio is always able to just use his ultimate towards Kindred, so he's always able to just help out, and yeah, that's it.
I love the name Piosik, by the way, because it kind of sounds like piesek a little bit, which is a nice way to call a dog in Polish, and in Russian it's going to be exactly Piosik. So
yeah,
I
Piosik
really like it.
usually plays dog junglers, so yeah.
It all makes sense, you know. I really wonder how much out of it is thought ahead, but it just makes such perfect sense to me. I love it. But let's see if Kylan is going to live up to Piosik's fame as a Kindred player, because
yeah, he's definitely
Ariana.
No. It should be all good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a possibility if Ariana went for a yellow card instantly after the roll. He stops him, he baits his unstoppable, and then he autos him, and then maybe. But yeah, otherwise there was no chance. Overall, it's going to be a ghost for ghost. Also, TP burned by Heshero. So yeah, not the best recall by him. Look at that. Boots, cloth armor, that's not good.
Not good. But he just needs to wait for a little while longer. He's level 4. He's going to be level 6 pretty soon. The moment level 6 is unlocked for Xante, that's when we usually see the hard matchups for him to start turning more into his favor.
Yeah.
He suddenly feels much less threatened as a top laner, especially as a melee top laner versus ranged. He has a lot more potential to go onto the enemy to threaten them with an unexpected kill, because hey, it's just a silly tanky tank. What can he do for me? Oh no, I'm dead. Happened.
Yeah, exactly. Happened.
Yeah.
Probably a few
Happened
times.
to all of us.
Yeah, I get that. And we said already a lot of times how Iron Wolves are gonna be playing to this Kindred stack so far. Is she on 1 or not? No, she's on 0 right now, so she wasn't able to get a stack from the crop. And Ants right now, I mean, that's a weird decision to fight. It looks like an int, and look like it's just not going well for them. And well, Killing is flashing forward. Oh my god, it looks like a disaster. No ultimate for Killing. Forsaken is just killing them away. Then the ultimate from Azir. Oh my goodness, what was that decision? What is that? Like,
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I have questions to what was the idea there for Wolves to just try to disrupt and try to go for some quick kills. None of the champions that were involved there from Wolves' side who died, other champions are capable of scoring early kills against Forsaken. So that was very bad decision making. That's exactly what I was talking about when it comes to Wolves when we were discussing both of these teams in the pre-show. That's what I didn't like in them.
Yeah, and to think that they would want to fight right now when you literally have a very weak champs early on. But, well, speaking of someone who is weak, it looks like Heshero is about to be, because Ariana, he's just hitting them off, and then running away with his ultimate. That's very well played by Ariana. He baited all of them there. And, well, Roof on the bot side, he's not having fun as well. He will use his flash. Piercing arrow will not hit him yet. Ents will be able to live, but that's... Oh, the flash! Went out! No, so close! But so far, the clans saved him.
Absolutely, that's why you pick clans!
Yeah, Harpoon. you're listening?
Harpoon. You better take notes, Harpoon, because Roof did everything right. Well, he didn't do everything right. He got caught, which was not what he was supposed to be doing there. But he got out of the situation somehow, alive, miraculously. Oh, we have the replay of what happened on the bot lane, how they got caught, or is it? No, it's the fight around the Drake, the one that I just don't understand what's happening. And it's just among everything, he doesn't have the ultimate or anything else. Yeah, they're just dying one after another. Odin even flashes in.
I mean, I don't know. I have no clue.
And they're all targeting different people on the side of Forsaken. Oh, I really feel like Wolves are suffering from a lot of miscommunication.
Yeah, it feels like it's just
we're stuck though.
a very weird decision to fight. It's a very weird decision. I don't get it at all. And oh my god, just weird. Like, why would you fight there? Like, what's the reasoning? You remember this game that we casted with Aurelion Sol? Like, this is literally 1-to-1 the same thing.
Yeah.
Them tipping to Aurelion and just like this.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, it's 1-to-1 because this team comp Wolves is not supposed to fight early. The only ones who can fight early are Roof and Ents if they really want to. But even they would rather wait. Kindred for sure wants to wait to late game, which is late game champ. Wei doesn't want to be fighting too much early, so the whole decision making from Wolves was wrong. They should have just given away the Drake and be fine with that. Instead, they give away the Drake and some nice golden coins to Forsaken, who are, I'm sure, very happy about the whole exchange.
Yeah, and it just feels like right now it's a disaster, honestly, for Iron Wolves. It looked like, yeah, they were about to be in a good spot, because I think it's an interesting draft, don't get me wrong.
Oh, it's very interesting. I like it. The whole draft side thing is really fun.
Yeah, but also, like, when you are playing versus someone who is so strong right now, like, this role is gonna be a problem for this Kindred.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she is gonna be a straight-up problem, because Kindred is not gonna have a damage to deal with her. And Trello is just gonna be standing there being tanky as always, and Heshero, well, maybe we'll talk about it in a second, because now he was trying to outplay Ariana. Ariana will outplay him, he will buy Killen's attention, and Killen will stay at 1 stuck, at least for now. Now they see the ward, they will clean up, and Ariana, yeah, he's fast as always.
He's just a fast boy!
Yeah, he's thinking about what can happen to him, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. And at the same time, Kalin is on the top part of the map, so he's not getting the stack, but will it be a tower dive? Yes!
I mean, honestly, it's just so weird. What is going on, Solari? And he's dead! Bellet, he will survive! I mean, honestly, this is so clean from Forsaken. I thought for a second, yeah, it's gonna be a 2-for-1 at least, right? Apart from the what happened in the what happened with Azir, but now the TP to bot side from Hui, that is, oh my god, it's just all falling apart. It's just all falling apart.
That's exactly why I don't want to see Wolves in the playoffs. Again, I love every single team we have in Ultraliga. I don't think Wolves are ready to be a playoffs team.
Actually, this bait could be huge. Ariana, he's without the flash, he's without the ghost. Now, killing, that's his chance to get another stack. That's his chance to get the kill. He needs it. But now Ariana, he's buying some time. The card will do it. The damage is there. Ariana is playing. It's the 1v2. Maybe. Maybe. He's so close to dying, but finally, Iron Wolves. I mean, razor close situation on top side, but yeah, they will get him.
My favorite flavor of top laners is those who transition from the mid lane and bring their mid lane picks with them to the top lane. Ah, chef's kiss. I love watching Ariana play so much. He's such an underrated player, to be honest. He deserves so much because he's insanely good on the top lane, and his champion pool is so versatile, and he is such a versatile player as well. I love it. It almost could have been at least 1 kill for him. It didn't happen. He was heavily outmatched there, to be fair, but still, how nicely he danced there.
Yeah, but also, that's a good thing right now for Iron Wolves. If we want to hype out the comeback for Iron Wolves, that's one way to do it. They needed this kill. They desperately needed it. I don't think that K'Sante getting it is better than Kindred. Obviously, I would prefer Kindred. But I just feel like at this point, if you're Iron Wolves, you just get what like anything at this point is good for you, honestly. And they needed level 6 on Ents as well. And now with this level 6 from him, they can try to use it. They can try to play around it. They can try to do the grabs. Hui is slowly coming there. It looks like they want to collapse on Hui, at least from my point of view. Yes, he used the flash. We didn't see it on camera, but you can see it on the cooldown of his flash. He had to use it just to get back, just to be able to be in the safety. And now, I will say we're able to get the grabs. They are only 1k behind. You know, when we think about it, it feels like they are so far behind, but they are only 1k. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Honestly, they are farming. If you look across the map, yes, in Topolin the situation is dire, but everywhere else, Wolves are farming quite nicely. They have 5 grabs. One was taken away by Bellet, so it's not the full stack, but still, it's 5 grabs. It is a very good situation for them, and they want to collapse onto Ariana again, or at least to get through this top lane turret as much as possible. They are putting a lot of emphasis onto the top part of the map, which means that Kindred is again, for the second time in a row, sacrificing the stack that is on the bot part of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, now, Forsaken, they are just getting... I mean, Forsaken are doing what they want to do, which is putting the vision down, making sure that they are getting ahead and ahead, but now they will sell it all out. Roof is gonna see Charisma, he's gonna see Belit, so now he knows, okay, if they were there, that probably means that also they left some vision in there. So now they know the ultimate from Ariana will be used just to get closer towards the lane. That's gonna work out. They stopped the recall from Odin because of that. That's so nice, by the way. That's you don't feel you don't like, you know, think about it always that you can stop the recall with a TF ulti, but yeah, it works this way as well, because obviously when you use a TF ulti you can see anyone on the map. So yeah, that's pretty nice, I would say.
It is very nice though. So Forsaken right now, things are looking pretty nice. It is a 2-5 score for now. The gold difference is the same as it was when we last checked on it. It's a little bit in the advantage of Forsaken, but again, it's mostly because Whitman is already a 3-0-2 man. That's a very nicely fed virus already by this point of the game. And Forsaken are, well, farming as well, to be fair. The state of the map is almost equal. Forsaken have 2 dragons, so in 2 minutes they can try to go for a soul point of an Infernal Soul. Finally, we're having a nice soul in the game.
Yeah, and Charisma right now, he's playing a good game so far. That's exactly a type of game you would want to see from a Bard player. But now it looks like Heshrock is walking up. Now he knows that they are on the Herald. What's the answer is gonna be from Kindred? It looks like none for now. I mean, Kindred is farming even with Ral, which is never a good thing, by the way.
Yeah.
And yeah, she would love to walk up to the Raptors, but she can't do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, yeah, that's just so
it's
annoying.
a Herald lost, it's a stack lost, so Kindred should be sitting on 2 stacks. I think she
Yeah,
had
I
a stack
think
from
she's on
Ariana, and there was
Yeah,
one
and
from the crop on
previously.
the bot lane. Yeah.
Yeah. She's on 2 right now,
That's-
so
that's not
she
it.
needs at least two more, right? I mean, in the
at least.
in the pro game, if Kindred is not on 4 stacks, she's not a champion. So
Yeah, I mean, it's not even in a pro game. In any game, Kindred pre-4, 5 stacks is not a champion whatsoever. She needs as many of them as possible because it ups her output damage quite massively. The healing from her W, the attack speed, and honestly everything. And she is going to be pretty important for Wolves later on in the game because Bellet is still going to be really hard to cut through, and Kindred is excellent at dealing with those tanky champions with a lot of health.
yeah, and for now, Killin, I mean, he is not in the spot you want him to be. That's
Killing
exactly.
is not killing.
He's not.
Sorry.
He's not even close. I mean, it's a fun joke. I guess, but it's a brutal one as well.
I know we are very brutal to the teams today, Kasper, and I feel very bad about it, to be honest. I really hope that I don't sound too rude to anybody because I don't mean anything bad. I wholeheartedly love everybody, but it's just today something is happening with these teams, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. Iron Wolves, still 1k behind, still trying to do some work, and one way to do it is probably get Roof to do some damage on Misfortune, right? I mean, she is the champion you want to see be ahead, but that's the issue, like, you don't have that much of a setup. Your main setup is basically Maokai. And, ooh, it looked for a moment to me like he wanted to collapse on Whitman. Now the ultimate is going to be placed down. The Roof is there, but the ultimate is a little bit short. You can try to always use it as later on, but wow, Ariana is basically dead, and now the timing of the bullet rain is basically perfect. That's one kill that they needed. Ariana is dead, and now is it enough to take a Drake? They need the stacks from the Drakes as well. They need something.
They need something for sure. They can take this Drake and then they can collapse onto the
enemy
grove.
jungle. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
exactly.
Can, exactly like you were saying, Solari.
But they're gonna lose the turret.
Like they need to take this one. Like they need, I want to see Kindred going for the Drakes, going for the Groms, going for everything. They need to get this Kindred ahead, and that's exactly what Kindred is gonna be doing. She took the Drake. Can we see Kindred, by the way, when she's doing that right now?
I hope so. Yeah, we can.
Okay,
So it's gonna be
that's
third
the
stack.
one. Yeah. So
Oh, that's
one
already
more.
much better.
Yeah, it is. It is much better. But yeah, like every single stack at this point of the game is gonna be basically, I would say, life-saving for her.
Yes. Yes, but the more the better, the more the merrier. She wants as many of them as possible. Roof. Oh, roof.
Yeah,
oh,
no. Oh my goodness. The
Lamb's
ultimate.
Respite.
Yeah, that's actually the thing that is gonna help them a lot.
Okay. No.
Position. Ariana is there. The flash from Helen will not save his life, and then, well, you are on the wrong side, buddy. Now he's trying to run away, but again, oh my god, so close. 2-1. But yeah, Forsaken. Now they are ready. They will have to pay. They will have to pay the price, and it will be a tower on top side. But that's a small price compared to what they took.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just feel pretty bad for Kylian, to be honest, because he tried to save Roof with the ultimate, and he did save him, but in the end, because of that, he was too late to run away from the enemies, and he was also the one to go down. It's just, you know, a little feels bad moment. It doesn't feel bad for Forsaken, though. Look at them. They have only one Void Grab, but even with it, they are pushing in through this bottling turret quite nicely. Oh no, Roof!
It was quite nicely, and well, now it's gonna be even nicer when you pick up Roof, and well, nice damage from Odin. Charisma, he's gonna be dead, but Whitman, are they gonna get Whitman? Oh my god, that would be so good for them. Look at that juicy shutdown that there is!
Oh, so close!
Yeah, that's a close one.
You gotta remember though that we have the Infernal Soul, which means everybody's picking up those juicy stacks, the fire little things on the ground, and you're gonna see that whenever Charisma dies, he's going to drop all those stacks, which is very unfortunate to die, even more unfortunate than usually. But right here, Roof is... this is why you don't pick Misfortune in a team comp like that. Misfortune absolutely needs to set up. When there is so many ways for the enemies to interrupt her and no ways for her team to protect her and peel for her, their ultimate makes zero sense because she cannot even cast it properly.
Yeah, this is why you pick Quay. You need to have a long range engage, but like you said, this Misfortune is not having fun. She is dead, and well, what you're gonna get right now as Iron Wolves, the stack in the enemy jungle, not gonna happen. Your AD carry is that. Oh my god, and they are gonna collapse on Heshero. Oh, actually no, they changed their mind. Okay, that's fair.
Okay, at least something, right? So we get something. We have also the Nash on the map, so it's already the time for everybody to start looking into the Nash possibilities. Nobody's going to be too close to a soul. Forsaken are still sitting on 2 dragons, so they can go for a soul point quick enough. Wolves, if they want to start stacking the drakes, they have the possibility to have 4 Infernal drakes, and each of them is giving you a little bit of scaling damage boost, which is going to be, again, nice for them, because this whole wolf composition should be looking into their late game potential, and with the Infernal drakes, it amplifies their late game damage even more. But can they do it though? Because right now they are losing a lot on the map with no outer turret on the mid lane. That's true though.
Azir, TF, Varus. If you get one
Varus.
of them, the additional gold could be huge for someone like Kindred.
That's true.
Unfortunately, she is not in the good spot right now, and she is the second lowest gold holder in the team. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's exactly what you don't want to be seeing if you're Iron Wolves fans right now. But speaking of positives for Iron Wolves, Hui is getting closer and closer to the second item. That's something you need. And I mean, maybe it's gonna be just Hui 1v9. I've seen these games. I was watching lately Prime League, the German league that we have, and we have a huge Polish team there. Austrian Force Wilhaben with 4 Polish players like Adi, for example, Eshik, for example. We all know them, we like them, and we will speak about them in a second. But first, we speak about Whitman, or maybe about ENG, because someone here is caught off guard, and it looks like there's gonna be nothing else happening. Double ultimate being used by Iron Wolves bottom, but that's about it.
I just love how Bellet casually walks up the roof and presses his ultimate just to make sure he interrupts the ultimate and walks away. He just doesn't even need to do anything else. He just wants to interrupt, and he should be very happy with the result because his cooldown is actually shorter than Misfortune's, so he is in a very nice position. A Forsaken are in a nice position to contest a Drake.
Oh, that's a nice ultimate, but now, yeah, Heshero, he's gonna try to run away, and he will run away. They used a lot of resources on Heshero, but he has a ghost. He's tanky as hell. He is just in a very good spot. Ariana is burning to death, but then Odin is gonna die as well. He was trying to get Ariana. He was so close, but so far. I mean,
It's like he
these situations. Yeah, but this situation, I mean, he was probably like perma focused on Ariana. He was just like, yeah, I need to get him down. It's a shutdown. I need to get him. If I do it, I'm in such a good spot. But yeah, good informations, ladies and gentlemen. Kindred is about to hit the 4 stacks. Or is she though? Ariana is going there. Yeah, she will. 5, actually 5th. Okay, that's.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, she needs 7 though. So yeah, that's gonna be. Yeah, we need more. When she gets to like few more, she's gonna be a real problem. And the range is going crazy, and everything else is going crazy as well. And yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, Ultimus. Yeah, I mean, he was. Oh, yeah, you can see it. The one ability that he missed, if he hit that, Ariana is dead. So he decided, I'm gonna sacrifice my life, but if it's 1-for-1 and I get the shutdown kill, I get closer to what I want to have. Unfortunately, it was not 1-for-1.
No, it was just a death for nothing for Odin. A very unfortunate one, honestly, especially because now Forsaken are finally sitting on the Dragon Soul Point, and they can rotate towards the Baron and start establishing division around it. There is still the Kindred mark in the bot side of the jungle, so that's also something to keep a close eye on. But that's part of the reasons why they're keeping Ariana on that part of the jungle.
And Ravbin right now.
Huh?
Okay, yeah, he got scared a little bit. He got spooked.
Understandable.
Yeah, same as Swain W. You just see it, you're like, yeah, I'm getting out of there. I do not want to fight here. I get that.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you cannot judge that, honestly. You cannot. I would do the same. But Forsaken would not do the same. Now that they are all together, they really need to be looking into these Baron possibilities. But they also need to be looking into a good fight with Wolves. Honestly, a good fight before Baron is exactly what Forsaken would love and would need right now. Because taking down the majority of the Wolves will allow them to open the map even more and to get the Baron to open the map, well, even more after that. So for Forsaken, everything is about these 2 points on their to-do list.
Ants right now. He's trying to do something as Smoke, I support, but unfortunately for him, there's not much he can do. And Iron Wolves, I mean, they are buying some time for Heshero to do some work on the side lanes, but he's not a split pusher. It's not like he's gonna be a threat to, you know, end the game like Fiora. Absolutely not. And now Killing and Odin, and look, actually, everyone here is being actually stopped. Killing. He's still alive thanks to his ultimate, but he's not alive for long. Ariana is there, they will get him. And Heshero with Odin, they are running away, but wow! Everyone is going after them! And it looks like they are all about to fall. One after another, and you were talking about Nashor? Well, it looks like Forsaken got it.
I was talking about fight and Nashor, and yes, the fight, check. Nashor needs to be the next check right now. Beautiful engagement by Bellet. I love what he did there. He just jumped in front. He saw an opening, and he did not think twice whatsoever. It's like, you know, it's the typical Leona hitting level 2 on the board lane, and she immediately flies right into the enemies. Bellet was the same here. This was his level 2. He just jumped in immediately, propped the ultimate, and it was a good ultimate. With Whitman's ultimate on top of that, made sure that whenever Roof went into the ultimate, I'm not sure whether it was the Chains of Corruption or it was Charisma just stunning him. We'll need to see now on the replay. Look at Bellet. Flush forward, jumping in with the ultimate. Really good Lamb's respite from Kylian, but you already can see it's not going to be enough. He's stunned, so it should have been Charisma that stopped him from ulting.
Yeah, and honestly, right now it looks like Forsaken. I mean, they are just on the highway to get the win. Like, they are just in the good spot. They are in the right time to just do anything they want. And I feel like Roof, I mean, he would need to have like a 5-man ulti, and it's not gonna happen with the setup that they like. That's the issue. Misfortune needs a setup. This
Yeah.
is not a setup. She does have a Maokai
Yeah.
ulti, but that's about it. Like, that's all of the setup gone, basically. Like, yeah, you have Maokai ulti, nice, and we have Bart that is literally can ult. Like, Bart would be great for her, but yeah, unfortunately, Bart was stolen, so that's about it.
Yeah, I feel like they showed Misfortune way too early in the draft. And even after that, they did nothing around her. I love the thing that they did with the swapping of Maokai from jungle top to the support role. But everything else just doesn't make sense to me. And Misfortune is suffering because Roof could be doing much more in this game. But unfortunately, he's 0-4 for a reason. And the reason is he cannot land his ultimates. He's not being allowed to. He's stopped every single time by Forsaken. And nobody's paying attention to trying to protect Roof in order to not let that happen. But everybody is busy
now-
trying not to die, to be fair.
Yeah, it feels like Forsaken are playing to win and Iron Wolves are playing not to lose. And that's a big issue right now because guess what? They can just go for the Drake straight up, and it's not just a Drake, it's a Soul. That
Yay.
could be taken right now. Ariana fighting 1v1, but you don't
Oh,
want
no,
to be
oh,
fighting
no, oh,
versus
no, oh,
Odin.
no.
Or maybe you won't, or maybe you do! It's gonna be a 1-for-1.
What?
And it's gonna be worth it if you get the Soul with it. Yeah, this
And they do.
This TF is hitting so fast, by the way. Yeah.
ADTF is a fun thing. I saw that happening when the patch notes 14.2 were released, but I'm not happy that I was right. Oh, Wolves. Be careful, Hishiro.
Yeah, Heshiro is not tanky anymore. When you're playing against the Soul, yeah, you're not tanky at all. Bellet, yeah, he's engaging on Killing, and Killing has to use his flash as well. Look, this Kindred is not doing a thing. Not enough damage. She's on bot, and she's on the Kraken Slayer as well. I mean, that's... She's not doing anything. This Kindred is useless.
Even though she has the stacks, it's not enough. She hasn't
Yeah,
been
and
accelerated
she will
enough
have
when
to
she's
use
dead.
her ultimate, or yeah, she will die.
Or not.
That was fast.
That was faster than I expected, but yeah, Kindred is very squishy. If she makes one wrong hop, she is dead, because it's really easy to catch her off guard.
But now
Bellet.
Odin is here. Yeah, Bellet is just having some fun, and yeah, they will use the ultimate not to lose. Yeah, but that's the most important part. Like, they didn't lose an inhib yet.
Yes.
And that poke from Odin is doing the work. Yeah, he's almost on
Yes.
3 items, so yeah.
They have a good wave clear, and it's helping them very much right now. They're able to still stand on their base against the Baron buff. Might I tell you, it's already gone, of course, but before that it was there for Forsaken. So they were pushing in with the soul, with the buffs, with everything you might want to ask for. And they weren't able to crack it open, but now they should be able to.
Yeah, they should be. And the damage is there. They should be able to get Charisma, but somehow he's still
Charisma.
alive, but not for longer. Ants will be able to get a kill. Hashero is there. Oh my god, interrupted. That was so close to get at least a shutdown on Ravbin, and maybe now, maybe they will go for Whitman, but it looks like he's just outplaying them, he's just buying time, he's just doing the work, the ultimate is perfect, and now Heshero out of position, he's not gonna be able to do much more, but somehow they are going for all of them. Ravbin! The shuffle! Double kill for him! That was so big! And now Whitman, maybe somehow they can turn it around, because Ariana is just finishing up the game. This shuffle was made, I don't know from where, but it was absolutely perfect. And now Heshero, he's trying to stop Ariana. He will most likely be able to do it. But that
They're gonna
was
lose the
so
turret.
good.
Oh, Ariana, keep fighting, Ariana! I'm not
I
sure
mean,
if he can do it, to be honest.
He can do it, he can maybe get ends, but yeah, that's about it. Nice blue card. If this was APTF, Killen is dead, but unfortunately it's AD version. Much less damage on the abilities.
But at the same time, look at how much damage he dealt to the minions and to the turret. He was able to cut through this top lane so
Yeah.
quickly because it is ADTF. You get some, you lose some. Twisted Fate giveth and Twisted Fate taketh away, apparently.
Yeah.
That was a weird fight. The damage on Odin is insane. On 2 items, when the Leandro is completed, Hui starts hitting like a truck. And this extended fight doesn't look too good for Forsaken because Kylan is there and Kylan is actually having quite some decent damage. But as you mentioned, they're Ravbin with a beautiful outplay right here.
Yeah.
Look at that, an immediate double kill.
Yeah, I mean, Ravbin almost got a triple there, and that's huge because thanks to that, they unlocked the Elder like a few minutes ago with Forsaken being able to get the soul. So Elder is a possibility right now. Not only that, Iron Wolves, yes, they are still in the bad spot of the game, but somehow it looks like maybe some way they will be able to do something. I mean, they are still very far behind, but I can see the end game, and the end game is Odin, basically just poking them from far, far away, just making sure the damage is there. He's on 3 items, if I'm correct. So, yeah, that's something you want to see from Iron Wolves, because if you don't, it's gonna be the end. They are gonna fall even lower, and they are so close to finishing up, just like centimeters away. Honestly, just so close. Yeah, 3 items for Odin. That's something you want. They can try to do a sneaky Nash. Yeah, but it's hard to do a sneaky Nash versus someone like Twisted Fate. And Odin, he is doing a lot of damage. He is setting things up, but yeah, Heshro, I mean, he is not having fun time.
No,
I mean,
no.
Look, Ravben is healing actually a lot, and now Heshro, he's 2v2. But yeah, nice ultimate, trying to buy some time. Ariana almost dying. He's doing the damage, but Roof is here from 0-5 to 2-5. That's the story of the hero, but yeah, engage on Ant, and now Killin. He has to run away, he has to buy some time, he has to stop them from doing a Nash, and it looks like he will be the next one to fall. He could do some damage to Bellit, but yeah, that's about it. They didn't do the Nash, so that's the only good thing for Forsaken. But who cares about Nash? They can just go for the Elders straight up.
Exactly, and it's gonna be massive for Forsaken because Wolves will basically have no chance of fighting with Forsaken anymore. Even with the nice setup, like the exchange on the bot lane was really nice. Finally, you can see how much damage Roof deals when his ultimate is not interrupted. This should have been happening for the whole game for Wolves, and they could have been winning the fights easily. Oh, Odin.
I mean, yeah, he is still in a good spot, but who cares about the spots where you have the Elder? Elder is straight up just winning the game for you. Nothing else you need. Heshro dead, Odin dead. It's about to be over in the next few seconds.
Oh yes, I've been not recalling, but teleporting. Yeah, because I feel like they want to brute force right now. They have the top lane open, and there is only one turret standing on the base of Wolves, but they want to cut through all of the lanes at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Roof has to use the ultimate. Nice try from Enz, but if he falls, everyone will fall. Killin falls, they go for Roof. Roof will die as well because it's the Elder, so yeah, everyone is dead. Forsaken, they were able to get themselves another win, and unfortunately, that means I lost a point in my predictions. That sucks, though.
That's what you're sad about.
I mean, yeah. That's sad for me, at least, but that's good for Forsaken. They can make some fun of Iron Wolves, at least for now. And it looks like it's gonna work out.
To be honest.
I mean, absolutely, it's a deserved win. They played very good, especially Whitman. Whitman played out of his mind, 10, 1, and 11.
Whitman and Bellit. To me, the MVP... Okay, Charisma was also insanely good. I actually think I marked him as my top support for, the top 5 Pionkategoria for the previous week. Because he is another example of a pretty underrated player. He plays really good, but his good deeds are usually not very noticeable. And to be fair, we have really good supports in the league, so it's hard to notice somebody really standing out. But Bellit, to me, in this game, takes the first place because the mana was insane. With those engages into the enemies and the sheer audacity of the guy just coming in, pressing the ultimate to stop the ultimate from Roop and going away immediately because that's everything he wanted to do. Insanely good.
And he did play very well. We have to give him credit for that because it looked like, well, finally, it looked like Forsaken didn't lose the lead that they had. I mean, there were no hiccups on the road. It looked like they were slowly but surely getting where they want to be, and they got the lead that they needed to have. So yeah, that's very well played by them.
Yeah, and now they are pretty much securing the gap between themselves and the Animals, making sure that the fight for the playoff spots is getting a little bit harder, and the spots are getting more and more limited. Honestly, I will stand by my point. I do think that Forsaken are on their way to getting the playoffs.
Absolutely. They play way better than they played previously, and shoutouts to them. And honestly, I mean, it just feels good to see them in such a fashion. And also, something that is good is to see Ariana on the interview. And that's the guy that we are going to have right now. So, hello, Ariana. It's good to see you. And finally, we have to see you after such a good game. Great performance and actually, nice gameplay on ADTF. Is ADTF something that you look to play now on top lane? Or will you come back to Cassante days?
So, hello. Yeah, I think I like picking some nasty picks on top lane. And,
Yeah, we
you know,
noticed.
since I played mid lane before, like picking TF isn't a problem for me, so I have some nasty picks prepared.
How many mid lane picks are transferable to the top lane? Is the answer all of them or not really?
Like some of them really are, but they are like not blind picks, mostly counter picks into some certain champions. So I'm just waiting to like trigger my trap. You know, they pick the champion and I go my trap. And
I can't
makes
wait.
sense. Makes sense. And I want to ask about the switch towards top lane. It happened quite a while ago, but are you looking back to maybe someday come back into the mid lane, or do you feel like top lane is somewhere you belong right now?
No, I will for sure stay top lane. This role is really fun. I think I'm much better top laner.
You think so?
Yeah, I think I'm like one of the best in this league. So as from top laner, so like I don't know how my ways would go if I stayed mid lane, but I think I'm doing like really well on top lane.
Yeah. Okay.
What's most important is that you're happy with your role and you're having fun while playing it. But speaking of having fun, for a second, look like you have secured your playoff spot. Not yet, of course. Everything can change, and I don't want to jinx it. But you are in a really strong position to go there. Now, when it comes to the other teams, because we know that Orbit, Anonymo, and Tenacity are doing it, quite likely that you're doing it as well. Who else do you want to see in the playoffs? Who do you think deserves to be in the playoffs?
Who deserves to be in playoffs? Okay, so I think it's most likely Back to the Game who deserves a spot in playoffs. Like they came back from really bad games, like they were 0-4 and they started winning everything. They were doing really well. And like the teams that were really winning, like Iron Wolves, devils.one, they are playing like, I don't want, like, not the best, okay? They are not doing the best. So I think Back to the Game will be second team with us in the playoffs.
Okay, but another view on this question. Who do you want to see in the playoffs because you would like to play against them in the playoffs the most?
ESCA Gaming, I think.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
So Grip check out then. It might happen still.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, it's a low chance. It's a low chance, but yeah, it definitely could happen, and yeah, it makes total sense from your point of view. I also want to ask you, where would you rate yourself in the league right now? Do you feel like you're top 3, top 4? Where would you?
I think I'm top 3. Like Melonic Prime above me.
No. I mean yourself as a team.
Okay. As well third.
Okay.
I think we are just third in the league right now.
I mean, you did blow away some leads. You had some leads, but unfortunately,
yeah, like we lost only one game without throw. Like the game.
I mean, sometimes your early games are pretty good, but your late games, honestly, man, they suck. Like they are just not good.
Can disagree, but
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was coaching you. I know how you play, but your early games were very good. Like I will give you that. When you're playing versus Orbit, Anonymous, Zero Tenacity, and so on, it looks very good. But you need to fix your mid game, man. I don't know. Talk to Valuta or someone. Just make it work.
I think we improved kinda. Like this game wasn't that bad. We didn't
this was a weird game, to be fair. I don't want to take it away from you. That was a good game from you. Like we were screaming praises to you because your performance on Twisted Fate was a joy to watch. Honestly,
I was playing 1v4 on top lane. I died only once.
Yeah,
but I wasn't behind. You know, I'm like chilling, pressing ult. Oh, 3 people top lane. I go to cracks or I move mid lane and then I go back. And they were concentrating on top lane while getting destroyed on mid and bot, and they lost the game when I wasn't even behind. So have fun, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, Ariana, thank you for this interview. Thank you for the insight. And obviously, if you want to shout out anyone you want, even in your native language, go ahead.
Okay, so shout out to Norman Osborne at first. That's really important. And the other one, Belit. He had really good game. Belit carry.
Okay. Fair enough.
Thank you. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you very much for the interview, Ariana. Wishing you a lot of luck in the upcoming games.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye. See you.
Bye-bye. Okay. We got Ariana, and he was able to give us some insight about how it went down Forsaken. And honestly, I have to agree with him. They did play a very weird game. I agree with your point as well, Solari, but they were able to get it finally. They were able to get the lead across the line, and finally it looks very good. From what I hear, we got the schedule ready right now, so I'm really curious to see what the games are gonna be tomorrow. And well, Zero Tenacity versus Maturalny Forsaken. I mean, low-key, this is Forsaken games to win, honestly. I mean, Z10 are just so bad. Just kidding.
No, they're not bad, but after today's game, it doesn't feel like they're indestructible anymore. You know, it doesn't feel like they're a solid top 2 team. It feels like somebody could have enough audacity to try to take their spot away from them. And if it was somebody, I think only Forsaken could do so.
Yeah, I think so as well. But the games are gonna be very interesting. devils.one versus Cryptocraft is another one. Back to the game versus Orbit Anonymo. Yeah, we can argue that this is gonna be most likely Orbit Anonymo winning, but still, back to the game. No one said that they don't have a chance. And then finally, Iron Wolves, who play worse than I expected, versus Team ESCA Gaming. That maybe after getting a support change, that could be the comeback actually of them.
Yeah, Iron Wolves who played worse than we expected, and ESCA who played a little bit better than we expected, and they're gonna clash tomorrow. I honestly am looking forward to the whole day. It's gonna be interesting, and I think the third game is gonna be very interesting to me personally, because I feel like Back to the Game is another one of these 2 maybe teams that could deliver the upset to Orbit Anonymo. Or maybe I'm wrong and Orbit Anonymo will continue with the perfect split. Who knows? We'll see that tomorrow.
Exactly, and well, tomorrow is gonna be a good day, and I know that we are gonna be casting again tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, you just have to wait few hours. I mean, few hours. Yeah, let's be honest, a little bit more than a few hours. You just have to wait a day, and you will see a banger games tomorrow. Hopefully, they are gonna be better than some of them that we had today, because they were kind of slow. But I cannot wait for tomorrow, and I'm very glad that we are gonna be casting together.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait for tomorrow as well. My name is Solari. I was joined here by Kasper. I call this guy however you want, but he's a good guy.
Yeah,
and you know that
whatever.
we also... Yeah, whatever. This guy, you know him. We're
Just
also
call me
joined
Kasper,
here...
okay? It's okay. Just call me Kasper.
Kasper. Fine, Kasper. We also were joined here by Mayutik today for the pre-show, so thank you very much for hosting us. And a shout out to Kano in our production. We will see all of you right here tomorrow, same place, same time. Stay safe.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I can go, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata e-sportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.